Hey there, and welcome back to another episode of React Native, where we are going to build and clone of TikTok application, and we are calling as a Takatak. If you see on the screen, we have this beautiful login screen where you will see a moving background. You will learn how to add this beautiful moving background to your application or to any screen. Now we are also adding a social authentication in order to log in to our application. Let's log in. Now, once you log into your application, you will see this beautiful home screen. At the bottom side, you will see the UI as well, where we have the beautiful tabs, and you can just move from one tab to another. You're gonna learn how to add a tab navigation to your application. Or at the top, we have this beautiful name of the application, and then we have this beautiful um, list of all the videos you will see on the screen, right? Not only that, but you will see how can we add this beautiful user profile thumbnail along with how many likes you have for this particular video. Now, if you want to play any video, just open that video and boom, you will see that video is getting played, right? Now, if you can even scroll that video like TikTok, and you will learn how to do that as well. As soon as I move from one video to other video, the previous video is getting paused and only current video is playing on your screen, right? And if you see, you have the infinity scrolling where you can get all new video after you scroll one after other, right? So cool. Now if you want to see this user's profile post, you can just click on this one and boom, you will jump to this user profile screen where you will see how many posts he added, all the list of posts, and the total likes for that particular users on the user profile screen. So interesting, right? Now, not only that, now if I go to this my profile section, you will see your profile along with your post, the total likes which comes on your profile post, and you can see all of these things. Now, if you want to delete any of this post, you have option to delete it from here. And once you delete it, it will delete from the screen and boom, you will see that your list is getting updated automatically without refreshing your screen by manually, right? Now you have the pull to refresh option as well. You're gonna learn how to add that pull to refresh option. We'll also learn how to add a nested flat list so that you can scroll all of these things together. Also, we are going to connect our application to AWS S3 bucket service, where you're gonna learn how to set up the AWS by creating an account, setting up the S3 bucket, and not only that, but we will learn how can we store all the videos to our AWS S3 bucket. Now from this particular page, you can select the video from your uh, section device, and once you select this one, you will see you have option to even edit as well. So cool, right? You can if you want to cancel and you want to pick another one, you have option to do that as well. See, and you can even edit this video, and once you click choose, you will see that you will see the preview of that video as well. Now you can add the comment if you want, and then you can publish this video to AWS S3 bucket. Now obviously I'm going to tell you how to get an S3 bucket for free for first 12 months. Okay, now once this particular video is get published, you will see that video will be live on your profile, and then it will be publicly available to anyone. Right now, if I refresh this screen, you will see that particular video is get posted over here, right? How cool it is. Now from here you can even play any video. See, you can play this video, and then you can even like this video. You're gonna learn how can we add this like functionality as well. If you want to delete or you want to unlike this one, you can unlike immediately. So all of these things we're gonna learn in this particular video. Now, along with the designing or building this complete React Native app, we're gonna also learn services like AWS S3 bucket, how to set up it. Also, we're gonna connect this all our data to our data Supabase database, where we're gonna set up the Supabase and we'll store all of our data. So all of this app is a completely beginner friendly. This is a full stack app, and this React Native app we're gonna build it completely from the scratch. So guys, If you are new on my channel, please do subscribe to our channel. If you want to join the membership, you can join the membership on tubeguruji.com, where you will find an exclusive courses of different projects along with the source code. Okay, and to join it, go to the tubeguruji.com and join the TubeGuruji Pro membership, where you can even learn all the courses chapter by chapter as well. Many of the course you will get it free, many of the course will come along with the membership. So guys, go to tubeguruji.com and join the membership if you did not join before, and if you still did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. Now it's time to begin to develop this TuckTuck application, which is the clone of TikTok. In order to create a React Native application, we are going to use Expo. Expo is just a build tool. Obviously, we are going to build React Native application, but with the help of Expo, it's very easy to develop the application and to build the application, to deploy the application on the Play Store and the App Store. Otherwise, everything will be similar like the React Native. And if you go to this expo.dev, this is the official website, and here you will see all the documentation and how to create the project. Everything you will find it here. Whatever the feature you get in the React Native, everything will be here. Only the thing is, it make you easy to develop the React Native application. So let's go to this expo.dev and go to this documentation. Once you jump on the documentation, here is the quick start to create the React Native Expo application. So copy this command and then open a folder where you want to create the project, and open a terminal at that folder, and then paste the particular link, or you can just type npx create expo app, and then you need to give the project name. So in this case, I will say TikTok clone. Okay, and click enter. For the application, I'm gonna give the name TuckTuck clone. Okay, so it's just a TikTok version clone. And if you see now, it installed all the required dependency to get started and to run the Expo basic application. So we'll wait. And if you see, our project is now ready. Let's open a VS Code. If you don't have a VS Code, please install the VS Code, because that is the ID we are going to use to develop our application. Then open a folder where you created this particular project, and then locate that particular project and click open. Once you open, on the left hand side, you will see a bunch of files and folders. Let's talk about each of the file. First, you will see the assets folder, which contain all our images, font, whatever you want to use it, right? The media kind of files you can keep inside this assets folder. Node modules, we're gonna not touch to this particular folder. This folder nothing but whatever the packages or library we install, right? That all the separative classes will be inside this node module. Then we have the app.js, which is the starting point of our application. So once we run the application, you will see this app.js will render first. Okay, and if in the app.js, you will see that we have the export function. Inside that, return statement. Here we do it by default define the view. Okay, view is nothing but the kind of div tag inside the HTML, and inside that it define the text and the status bar. So this view will help us to display it on the UI. And for the view, right, whatever the styling we want to apply, it's written inside this style sheet. So there are two type of styling. One is the inline and one is the external. So this is the external styling. Obviously, we're gonna learn how the inline style will work and how the external style will define. Then we have the app.js, app.json file, which help us to add the name of the application, the slug, the version. Not only that, but you can define the Android package name, iOS package name, some kind of configuration you can define inside the app.json file. Then we have the babel.config.js file, the package log, which help us to maintain the version of the install library. And inside the package.json file, you will see the name of the application along with the script to run the application in different environment. also some of the dependency which is install and dev dependency as well. Okay, now in order to run the application, there are two ways that you can run the application. The first, you can use your actual device to run the application, and for that one you need to go to the Expo dev. If I go to the Expo dev right here, you will find, let me browse it somewhere, I don't know, but if you type Expo Go app, right, so this is the application you will find on the App Store and the Play Store, which help us to run your application on an actual device. But you have to make sure that you are running the your Expo Go app and your application in a same network. Okay, and another way is on the virtual machine with the help of emulator. So in this course we're gonna use emulator to run our application. So if you don't know how to run on the emulator, the first and very important thing that you need to install this Android Studio. Okay, so you can just go on Google and just install the Android Studio. Once you install the Android Studio, you will see these three dots. Click on it and click on the SDK manager. Inside the SDK manager, make sure you have at least one API installed. So if you see I installed the latest one, then go to the SDK tools and then make sure you install the Android SDK build tool along with Android emulator and the Android SDK platform tool as well. So these three things need to install and then click OK. Okay, obviously in SDK update site you have all the things installed already. Now click OK and then again go to these three dots and then go to the virtual device manager. Here I already have some of the device, but if you don't have, then go to this create device and here you can select the type of device. Okay, here if you see you have Pixel 7, Pixel 6. Then once you select it, make sure the Play Store icon is there. Okay, and then click next, where you can select the OS version and then click next. And once the emulator is ready, you will see the emulator name under this device manager. Then click on this plus sign, so it will launch your emulator. Okay, it will take a few seconds to launch it, and if you see now it's getting launched and boom, if you see now our emulator getting ready. Okay, now once you run your application, right, it will also install the Expo Go app inside your emulator if you don't have an already. In this case, if you see I already have this Expo application. Now go to the terminal and click new terminal. Here you can just type npm run start and then the Expo application is building. Now if I click on or just enter A to open the Android emulator. So if I open A, it's saying that Expo Go app need a update. So would you like to upgrade? Say yes for now. And then it will also install. I'll download the Expo Go app first, then it will install it. And now if you see our app is getting downloading inside the device. So and on the console you will see the progress as well. Okay, and here our app is ready. Now on the screen if you see it's saying that open up app.js to start working on your app. And as I say in the very beginning that on the app.js, which is the starting point of our application, and whatever you saw on the inside the app.js you will see on the screen. If I try to change this text, okay, we'll say for example subscribe to TubeGuruji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. And if I save it, as soon as I save, it will automatically reflect it on the emulator as well. You don't need to refresh the screen. So every time you make a change, it will automatically reflect on your device or emulator as well. So this is how you can run your application. And as I told you before that you can also run using the Expo Go app inside your actual device as well. So if you face any issue while running your application on the emulator or on the actual device, let me know in the comment section. So before moving forward in our application, we are going to set up the font for our application. And with the help of Expo font library from the Expo, we are going to integrate the font. So here, this is the command line in order to install the Expo font library, and copy this command, go to your project, and inside the terminal, you can add that. Now this Expo font use a Google font or any font which you provide to this Expo application. Now let's go to the Google and just type Google font, and here you will find a bunch of different font available. You can download any font. So I will prefer this outfit. So open that font and then click get font. Here you can download all of them if you want. Here you will find the zip file. Extract that zip file, and inside this zip file, inside the static folder, you will see all the font with the extension .ttf. Now you can select the font which you want to use. So I will select this outfit bold, the regular, and the medium. I will copy this one, go to your project, and inside the assets folder, as I told you, right here you can store the images or the fonts. I will create a new folder, and you can call it as a fonts, and inside this I will paste. Let's open this in not integrated terminal, but let's open it inside the finder, and here I will paste these 3 fonts like this. Okay, now these fonts are available to use. Let's go back to the documentation of the Expo font, and here if you find this is how you can use that particular font, right? So first thing, as we already installed the Expo font, I will use this import statement. Then in order to load the font, right, you have to provide the font path and all. So copy this particular statement and go here, and inside the app function, okay, you need to add it. Now here I will just remove this one and add your own path. So in this case, the asset/font, and then you need to use the name of the font. So here we'll say, for example, outfit regular .ttf with the extension. Here you can change the name. So I will just simply add outfit and then save this one. Next, this particular line of code is just to check whether the font is loaded or not. Okay, if it's not loaded, then it will wait to load the font, but we will skip this step, okay, because many times the font sometimes not get load, okay, and your application will not start anytime until and unless the font get load. Okay, so we'll skip that one and then save this. Let's open the terminal, and I don't know whether let's restart the application. I will open the application again inside the Android emulator, and right now if you see, the font is still same, right? But let's go inside the app.js, and inside this content, inside this text, right, we'll add the inline style. So here we'll say style. Simply we can add the font family as outfit and save it, and if you see, the font style now change. Okay, so this is how you can add the font. Now here you can add the multiple font as well. So I will copy this statement. Here I will say outfit medium, outfit bold. So this name you can use it in order to apply the font, okay, and this is just a reference. So here I will say medium, and then this is bold. So make sure that file name is exist. Okay, and now if I change this outfit, for example, bold, and save it, you will see, okay, so outfit bold not loaded correctly. So make sure the font is there. Oh, now it's loaded. So it took some time, but now if you see, the bold font is loaded perfectly. So this is how you can add your own custom font. Obviously you can add multiple different font as well, depends on your requirement, but throughout the application I will keep this outfit font constant. So in this section we are going to implement the login screen. So as I show you in the introduction, right, we are going to implement a video background, and on the top of that one we're going to add the title, the description, and the button to sign in with the Google. After the login screen, obviously we're going to learn how to add the Google authentication, how to store data in the backend, and for that one we are going to set up the backend as well. So let's go to the project first, and inside this project, inside the root directory, we are going to create a new folder, and here I'm going to add a new folder, and we can call it as a apps. Inside this app folder, I'm going to create a new folder called screens, and all the screens are related to our application we will keep inside this screens folder. Okay, now first thing obviously we want is a login screen, so let's create a new folder and create a login screen folder, and inside this login screen folder again I'm going to create a new file called login screen.jsx. Now let's add a default template. So just type RNF, which stand for React Native Function, and enter and save it. Now if you wonder how this magic comes, how the template comes, just typing RNF. So for that one you need to install the VS Code extension called ES7 React Redux React Native extension. So once you install this extension, you can generate this template automatically. Okay, and this will help us to code much faster. Now if you see on the screen, you have the login screen. Now consider this as a component. Now you need to show this login screen on the home page. So go to the app.js file, and I will remove this all of this code. Okay, and here I will just import this login screen like this. Okay, and if you see this login screen importing from the screens /login screen. Let's save this one, and you will see now on the screen it's showing the login screen as a text. Currently it is came in the center because if you see the style, right, it's saying align item and the justify content center. I will remove it and save it. Now it will come on the top left corner. That is what expected. Let's save this one and let's go back to our application. So very first thing that we need to install is the video. We need to add a video, right? And in order to add a video, we need a library called video Expo. You can type like this. You will see this documentation called Expo video. We need this library in order to show the video, right? So copy this command, go back to our application, and inside the terminal, let's paste it here. So it will install this Expo AV, means for the video. And if you see, the use case is quite easy, right? You just need to add a video tag and provide the source and some more option or properties you can give as well. So let's do that one. So over here, first thing, let's add a video tag, and obviously it's not getting imported. So what I will do, I will just import this import statement from the Expo AV like this, and inside this video I'm going to give source. Okay, so this source can be any video or MP4 player. Okay, so you can download any video or you can store inside your assets folder, or right now I'm going to pixbay.com, and here you will find a free license, free video. Okay, so you can get any video, download it or store it, or there is another option. For example, if you want to use any of this video, right, open this video, right click on it, and you will see this copy video address. Okay, it actually copy the URL. If you see the URL, right, if I enter it, it will play the video, correct? So same thing, copy this URL and paste it here like this, and then save it. Okay, and there are some property will say, it will say should play means it automatically play as soon as video get load. The resize mode, I will put the cover. Okay, and is looping, I will say true. So whenever video complete, it will again restart. Now for this video, I'm going to add some styling. So here if you see right now, if I save this one, nothing is showing on the screen, right, because we did not give any width and height. So let's add a external styling. If I type rn style, it means React Native style, and make sure to import the style sheet from the React Native. Okay, and here simply I'm going to add a video, and let's attach this video class to this video component. So styles.video. Now very first thing, we'll give a height. So let's give a height, we want full screen, so height of 100, and width I'm gonna give depends on the screen size. Let's give it 1000 for example. If I save this one, if you see the background, so cool, right? Then next thing, we'll give the position. This need to be absolute, okay, because on the top of that video we want to show our text, so that's the reason. Then we'll give top, so 0, sorry, 0, left 0, right 0, and the bottom 0. Okay, so it will be complete full screen. So right now if you see it's not showing on the screen. So do one thing, for this particular view you can mark a style and make the flex as a 1, so it will cover the screen, and if you see now the video is showing on the screen. Now I'm going to create a new folder inside the app folder, and I'm gonna call this as a utils. Okay, so whatever the shared things we want to keep, you will keep it inside this util folder. Inside that I'm going to create a new file called colors.jsx. So all the colors related to our application I will keep inside this folder. Here you need to write default, sorry, export constant default, and then you can give the color name. For example, if here I will say background transparent is colon, and then you can give the color code. So here in this case I will use hash 5c. Okay, oh, so this not constant not required actually. Okay, and then save it. Now inside the login screen you can use directly that particular color. So now here let's define a one view, and inside the view I want to add a text called text, and here we'll give the application name like TuckATuck. Okay, so right now if you see here the text is showing, correct? Obviously we want to change this, some we'll add some styling. So for this one let's add in the inline styling, or when I say the inline styling, it means I'm going to give the style here only. So inside the style I will say font family to be outfit bold, then color of the text will be the colors, and here we can add the colors properties like white, and for white it just hash fff, and you can refer dot white and save it, and you will see the text. Let's give the font size, which is 35. Okay, you can make this as center. So for this particular view you can add some style. So here we'll say display as a flex, then align item, let's say align item to be in the center, and justify content in center. Okay, and we'll add margin top to maybe let's say 50. Let's add 150, let's say 100. Okay, after this text I'm gonna add one more text, and here I will say ultimate place to share your short videos with great community. So this is simple text I added. Also for this complete view I'm gonna add a padding of 20. So I don't know why this also came. Okay, let's give one more thing. Let's give here 1500. I don't think so that's the issue. Okay, let's go only padding horizontal to 20. I think that's much better. And over here for this particular text let's add a style. So here I'm gonna add inline styling. For style I will say a font family of outfit, then color I'm gonna add color dot white obviously, and obviously I will change the font size to 20. Okay, let's add 17, and here I will also add text align to be in the center. Okay, let's add margin top to 15. Perfect. Now this is how it will look, right? But our text is not popping up. So for this particular view let's add a background. So we'll add a background color. We'll say color dot background transparent, something like this. Okay, but that look little weird. Let's do one thing. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's remove this margin top. Okay, and here I will add a flex to 1, and also I will remove this padding horizontal from this div, so this will look now much better. Now here you can give the padding horizontal to be 20, for example, like this, and save it. Okay, next, now here if you think you don't want it to the center, let's remove this one and let's just add a margin, not margin, but let's say add padding top to 100. Okay, and now you can add the button. So inside this same view you can add the button. So here I'm gonna add a, instead of adding button, right, I'm gonna add a view first, and inside that I'm gonna add a text, and inside that we'll say, just say sign in with Google. Okay, so if you see, it's showing on the screen. But before that I'm gonna add an image of Google. Okay, so I already added the image inside the assets folder. So under the image folder, so here if you see this Google image I added. Okay, so you can get access of this all the sources, the assets from the link in the description. For this image, let's add a source. Okay, make sure this image is importing from the React Native. This is very important. And then you can add a source. Here you have to provide the source as a from the local, right, because we are accessing the local assets. So for that one you have to write require, and then you just need to use the path. Okay, like this. So in this case, assets slash images slash google.png. If I save this one, you will see this big image, correct? Let's give width and height. So let's add a style. We'll give a width, let's say width of 30 pixel, means let's just write 30. The height obviously we give 30. Let's save this one. So this is how it looks. Now let's bring everything in one line. For this text I'm going to add a style. Let's say color to be white, colors dot white, so it will little visible. And now for this style we'll make a display as a flex. Then item, align item to be in the center. We'll give gap of 10. Let's save this one, and let's make flex direction to the row, so it will be no one line. Now let's add a background color. So a background color of colors dot white. Let's add a padding of 5. Let's add a 10, and padding horizontal will add a 25. We'll make a rounded corner, so border radius to be 99. And for the text, we added white, so let's keep as it is, the black one, default one, so it will be visible. Just we can add a font family as a outfit. Perfect, right? Now obviously we want this at the bottom, so for this particular view you can just mark it as a position to be absolute, and just say bottom to, let's say 50, something like this. See, let's make 150, little up. Okay, now you have beautiful Google sign in with Google button. Also you can add a more horizontal padding like 55. So, yeah. Okay, and if you see the background, the video background is also getting play right, and it give a beautiful effect for our login screen. Now currently this button is not pressable because this is just a view, and inside that is we have the text and image. So in order to make this button clickable, you need to change this view to touchable opacity. So this touchable opacity, it also have the touchable height at different touchable properties, but touchable opacity give you some kind of animation, and it give you the on press event as well. That is very important. So if I save this one, now if I click on this one, you will see the button is getting pressed, correct? Now as I say, once we add this touchable opacity, it has a property called on press, see. And now for example, let's console on the press of the button, so we'll say button click, okay, and save it. Now if I open the console and click on this Google, see, it's saying button click. Okay, so this is how you can add a button with the help of touchable opacity and give you the property of on press event. Now next, obviously we're gonna learn how to add a Google social authentication inside our application. Let's understand the basic workflow of our application. So once user come to our application will check if the user is new or not. If the user is new user, then he need to sign up to our application, and then once user sign up, we will store the user information in our database, and then only he will navigate to the home screen. Or the user is existing user, he will simply log in and will navigate to the home screen. Now, in order to add authentication, we're gonna use a clerk authentication. So clerk is one of the topmost and popular authentication service provider in the market, and it's free to use and very easy to integrate in the any React or React Native or Next.js application as well. Okay, so if you don't have an account with the clerk, create a new account. The link is in the description, and once you create the account, let's go to the dashboard. One more important thing I want to tell you here, the clerk is free to use. So up to 10,000 monthly active user you will get for free. Okay, so for a small business or for development purpose, the clerk is the best choice. Let's go to the dashboard, and once you jump to the dashboard, here I'm going to create a new application. So let's create a new application. Here you can give the application name, so I'm going to give Tuck short video, and we'll say create application. Now here you have option to enable a lot of things. Obviously for the React Native Expo application, we don't have predefined or pre-built UI from the clerk, but for the web application you will get the predefined UI as well. So once you create the application, you will jump to this particular page. Here obviously we are going to use Expo, so click on this Expo, and then inside the .env file we need to add this API key. Okay, so I will copy this API key. Let's go back to our application, and inside the public folder I'm going to create a new file called .env.local, and here just paste that particular key. Okay, and if you see here, this key is start with the Expo public. Okay, so make sure your key will start with Expo underscore public underscore, and then save it. Now let's go back to our application and go to this continue to Expo documentation. So you can or you can search clerk Expo documentation on Google. You will find this documentation. I will also put this link in the description so you can directly access it. Now in order to add a clerk inside the Expo application, let's import or install this dependency. So I will copy this and paste it inside our terminal. The next thing, obviously we already set the environment variable, so we don't need to set it again. Next we need to add a clerk provider, and we need to wrap our complete application inside this clerk provider. So copy this clerk provider along with the publisher key. Okay, so I will copy all of these things, and let me close all of this tab first, and let's go to this app.js file, as this is our starting point of our application. Now here I will just simply paste this clerk provider, and in the tag, okay, so here only I will cut it from here and I will paste it, as we kept our API key inside the environment variable, so you can access it using process.env dot the variable name. So I will paste it here, and make sure to import this clerk provider as well. So let's save this first and make sure to import this statement and save it. Now until this point, if you see right now, you will not see any changes, so it's just refreshing. So I just restart application and it's work. Okay, so sometimes because we added this .env.local file, it need to be built inside the Expo, so that's the reason. Make sure to restart the application. And now let's go back to the documentation, and if you scroll down here, we need to protect the pages. Okay, so inside this app.js you can add this two tag. One is for sign in and another is sign out. Okay, so I will just copy and I will paste it inside this app.js file. So inside the view I will paste it here. Now whenever the screen is sign out, if I save this one, right, and let me show you what is happen. So obviously we need to import this sign in and sign up. Let me do that. So let's add this import. Okay, let's copy the sign in sign out and add it here. And now let me comment this login screen, and you will see that right now is saying you are a sign out. Now whenever the screen is sign out, obviously we need to show the login screen. So inside this sign out component, I will just pass this login screen. Okay, and when the user is sign in, it will display a simple your sign in page. Let's save this one. And right now if you see user is sign out, that's the reason it's showing the login screen and not this particular text. Now let's go back, and if I scroll down, obviously we need to add the logic to add a Google authentication. So on the right hand side you will see this option called auth sign in. Click on this one and we need to follow this particular steps. So first thing, you need to add this use warm-up browser. So copy this complete path, go to your project, and inside this app folder only I'm going to create a new file. Okay, and paste it, and instead of tsx, let's make it jsx and enter. Now it also create the folder because we added the complete path, and then it created this particular file. Now inside here we need to copy all of this content and paste it here and save it. Now if you observe, it also import this web browser from the Expo web browser, and we don't have this library installed inside the package.json or inside our application C. So let's search this particular package which we will get it from the Expo, and just copy this and install it inside your application. Next step, once it installed, then you can ready to use. Next thing, obviously on the click of the sign in with Google button, we need to add this particular logic, see, inside the on press. But before that, let's define this web browser. So obviously that we need to define inside the login screen. So go to the login screen. Over here above this login screen function, I will add this one. Then we have to add this web browser. So I will just copy it and paste it here. Then we need to add use warm-up browser along with this start auth flow. So copy this one, and inside this login screen function, let's add it. Now let's import this use warm-up browser from the hooks / use warm-up browser, and then we also need to import this use auth. So this use auth we are importing from the clerk Expo, and after that we need to add this function or method called on press. So I will copy this as it is, and then before the return I will paste it here. Okay, so this is simple on press event. Even though if you don't want to use callback, you can keep it. This is an old way to use it, but I will keep as it is. And here simple, this is a method. So this method will log in with the Google. Okay, and if you see, we added this strategy called auth Google. If you want to add a Facebook, just add auth Facebook. Once the user is signed in, right, it will go to this if condition. It means user got the session ID, and then it will active, means we just setting the set active as a session, right? And otherwise it will just again jump back to the sign in or sign up page. Now we need to call this on press method on the click of this button. So simply here I'm gonna add on press. So once user click on this button, it will call this particular method and save it. And if you see right now, that's the only thing we were remaining. Now we are ready to test this out. So let's go to click on the sign in with Google, and if you see, it jumped to this browser, obviously because this is emulator. So it's saying add account to device. Let's use without account. And if you see, it asking me to add email and password. Okay, obviously if you already have a Gmail account login in your device, it will just show you the option to sign in with the any account to pick, and then you can just sign in. So if you see right now, it just log in, it's saying you sign in with the clerk share, blah blah blah, click continue, and then if you see, it jump back on this particular page. But if you see, you are now signing, and it's showing the page called or section called you are sign in, because inside the app.js file we have this sign in component. Inside that we return you are sign in, because once user sign in, whatever the content we showing inside this sign in component, it will display it on the screen, and obviously no more login screen. Okay, so this is how guys you can add authentication with the help of clerk, and you can add any authentication like Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Apple, anything. Correct? So this is how easily you can add the authentication in our application. Now obviously what we are going to do, I'm going to get a new screen. So inside the screen folder, I'm going to call it as a home screen. We just call home. Okay, and inside that, let's add a file called home screen.jsx. Add the default template and save it. Now whenever user is sign in, it will show this home screen page. So you can add home screen. I don't know why it did not came. Let's add a home. Okay, let me import this one manually. Home screen from the app/screen/home screen. Oh, sorry, home/home screen. And then let's import this home screen now. And now if you see, it's showing home screen. Obviously the padding is not correct, but you can give the padding if you want. So inside the home screen, for the example purpose, I'm gonna add a style padding of 20, and if you see, the home screen text is showing. So that's only showing when you are already sign in with the or sign in to the account, right? So guys, that's all for this section. Next, what we are going to do, if user is sign up, because we already signed up, right? And if I go to the clerk now, inside the users, you will see that this is the user that we sign in with, right? I will remove this user because we need to add, or we need to save the user inside our database. Okay, and that's what we are going to do once user is sign up at very first time. So inside this login screen right here, once user is signed up to our account, then we need to store the data inside our database. That's what we are going to learn next. So for that one, we are going to set up our backend first. So as you know that once user sign up at very first time, we are going to add new user to our database, and for that one we are going to use a Supabase. So Supabase is open source, and it's a Firebase alternative, and the Supabase uses a Postgres database, and it provides a lot of different feature. So if I go here, right, and you will see it provide a different type of feature, the authentication service, storage, a real-time database, and lot other things. Also it is a free, it has a free tier as well, and if you are a beginner, you have small business, then you can enjoy with the free tier only. Now if you don't have an account, create a new account, and then let's go to the dashboard. So inside the dashboard here, you will see the projects list. Okay, so right now we'll create a new project. So let's create a new project. I will select the same organization, and here I'm gonna give a project name. Here we'll say TuckTuck short video app. Then you can give the database name. So here I'm gonna give a database name which I want. Oh, so we'll generate one actually, so that's really good. And then you can select the nearest region. So I will select the nearest region and click create new project. Now if you see, our project is getting ready and still creating the some of the it's setting up the project, and I think yeah, and if you see, it's still showing, it's loading. But in meantime, we're gonna need a couple of things. The first, we need this API key. So copy this API key, go to your project, and inside the .env.local file, we'll add this. So here again, we need to start with Expo public, and here we'll say Supabase API key is equal to, and paste the key. Same thing, let's add another variable called Expo public Supabase URL, and then paste this particular URL. Okay, so this URL, so copy this URL, this is unique to your project, and save it. Now once you're done with this one, let's go to this Supabase SDK. So this is the command in order to install the Supabase inside the Expo. It's quite easy. Let's go here and then install it. Once you install, you just need to initialize the instance of the Supabase with this particular line. So copy this line. Okay, it will just create a client, Supabase client, and then you can use this Supabase client to interact with the database. So I copy this one inside this utils folder inside the app. Obviously we have the one file called colors. Along with that, I'm going to create a new file called supabase config.js, and here let's paste it. Now obviously we need to import the create client, so just copy this command and then paste it. So once we define here, right, you don't need to define every time whenever you want to use Supabase. Now here you need to provide the URL from the process.env.environment.local file, right? So I will just copy this URL, paste it here, and then we need to provide this API key as well, process.env.this API key, and then save it. And here you have to make sure you will export this Supabase so that you can use it throughout your application. Now let me close all of this screen and make sure your project is now ready. See, and you will see the status that project is ready. Now obviously we want to add a data into the database. So let's go to this table editor, and inside this table editor you can create a new table. Right now we don't have any table, so let's create a new table. Here we'll give the name users. Description is optional. Right now there are two columns, the default one is the ID and one is the created ad. Let's add a couple of more. Here we'll say user, or here we'll say just name actually. Let's add a varchar and add a column. Then we'll say email. Again the type will add a varchar, and the last we'll add the user name. And for this one as well, I'm going to add varchar. Okay. Now for the email, right, if I go to this setting here, I will say is unique because I want a unique, because otherwise user will create a multiple account with the same email address, so we don't want that one. Now everything is set up. Let's click save, and boom, if you see, our user table is ready. Now you can also insert it from here as well, and with this Supabase Studio you can manage your content directly. Now once you add this one, right, over here you will see the option called API docs. Inside this API docs you will see the documentation, how to insert a row, update a row, delete, and everything you want, everything you will find it here. So in order to insert a row, you will find how to insert a row or many rows, or upsert. Upsert means if the data is not there, it will insert it or update it if there is a mismatch. Okay. Now obviously we want to insert a new record if user is sign up at very first time, correct? So we will use this code. So copy this code and then go back to our application, and obviously we want to add that when the user is sign up at very first time. So inside the login screen, over here we'll add it. So here we're gonna add a condition if user is if condition with the sign up dot email address. So this sign up also has an email address, because when user sign up for the first time, right, it has this property called email. And if user has email, means we will get to know that user is sign up at very first time. Then we will paste this code. Now here you have to make sure you will import this Supabase. So I don't know why it's not importing. I'm not getting import suggestion. Let's import it. So here I will say Supabase from, and just mention the path. So it's a utils slash Supabase config, and that's all. Now obviously we are using Supabase over here. Here the table name we give, okay, from, and the table name, and insert. Inside the insert you need to give the column which you want to insert. So first the name, I'm gonna add the value as the user's name, correct? So that username you can get it from sign up dot name. So it has a username, first name, last name. I will select the username, and another column is email, so which is the sign up dot email address, okay. And then select. If the data is successful, we'll just console the data, okay, and nothing else. If there is any error, we can just mention the error as well. Let's save this one, and then let's test this out. Oh, we have one error inside the Supabase config. Let's go to the Supabase config. I think I spelled mistake something, process.env. I think now we are good. Oh, Supabase URL is required. That's interesting. So I forgot to save this file. Now I save this one. So here, instead of username, I'm going to change this to a first name, because many times username might be a null, okay. And here again you can connect with the sign up dot last name as well, okay, or you can keep the first name, that's fine. And one more important thing inside the Supabase, right, if you see, you need to add this add RLS policy for the security purpose. Right now you cannot access outside of this Supabase. So let's click on this add RLS policy, and here you need to create a new policy. So click on this create new policy, give the policy name allow to app, or anything you can give policy name, and here select the all option, and inside the using, let's add as a true, and click save policy, okay. So now if I go to this user, now this policy is get attached. Oh sorry, go to this table editor and user, and now if you see, it has a one policy for auth, or we can call auth policy, okay. So this policy we attach. Now let's go back to our application and let's test everything together. So let me refresh the screen and make sure to remove the users from this particular user. So let me remove these users as well, because I want to user to sign up very first time, right? And let's create a sign in with Google. I will select the account, say click continue, and boom, if you see, it navigate to the home screen, as well as you will see over here that we got the response that user is getting added with the ID 4. And obviously I also console the error because we don't have error. I will remove this, and if I go to this Supabase, now you will see the new user get added with the ID, the name, and the email address as well. Now you can even create the username, the default username, okay. So it's very simple. So over here I'm gonna add one more column, okay, and this the username will be like the gameplay app 007. It means you can get only this particular first string before this add, okay. And in order to get that, you can just write the new column called username, then inside the bracket we'll say sign up dot email address. Here I will say split with the add, and we'll get the first element. Okay, so this is how you can add the username. This is task for you, you can try your own. I already gave the solution for that one. Make sure that you are getting the username. Okay, so guys, that's how we successfully set up our backend for our application. And now, as I told you, it's very easy to use, and you'll learn how we can use the Supabase in our application very efficiently. Now once user come on the home screen after the login, we need to make sure that we will also update the profile image inside our database. So currently in the Supabase, we don't have column to store the profile image. So let's create a new column. So I will just edit this table and I will add a new column, and we can call it as a profile image. The type I'm going to give varchar. Okay, and by default the value is null. Let's keep as it is and then save it. Now let's go back to our application and open the home screen. So inside the home screen, the first and very important thing, we need to fetch the user's information. Now in order to get the user information, you can get it from the hook called use user. And this hook we can import from the clerk Expo. Okay, so just type use user from, and here you can give at clerk Expo. Now once we add this one, right, now this user has all the information like user name, user email, even user profile image as well. Now I will create a new method called constant. We'll say update profile image, and inside this method we'll just simply call constant data error is equal to await. Here we'll access the Supabase dot from. So from means from which table do we want to update. So in this case is users. So we'll just type users dot update because we want to make update, and inside the update we need to update the profile image. So inside this profile image, and that image we will update from the user dot image URL. So from this use user hook we'll get this one. As we are using await, we'll make this method as a async. Now once we update it, right, we need to update to a specific user, right? So we can write a condition of if the user email address is matching with the login email address, only that user profile image we want to update. So here we can write equal. It has a equal method, and then the condition on which column you want to update, right? It's kind of where clause inside the SQL. So equal, and here we write user dot primary email address dot email address. Also we have to make sure that profile image is null, okay, before updating it. If it's null, then only update, because every time, otherwise every time this image get updated. Okay, so we have operator called is. It will check if profile image, which means column name, is null. Okay, the value is null, and then select. Now we'll just console the data just to make sure that the data is updated. Now this update profile image method we're gonna call inside the use effect. So define the use effect. So whenever this component get load, this use effect hook will get call. Okay, for that one we have to make sure we'll pass the empty array. Okay, and inside this use effect, now let's update this method, let's call this method update profile image. But we also need to make sure whenever the user information available, then only we want to call this user profile image, because here if you see we are passing or accessing user's information, right? So pass user inside this array, and then only we can call this update profile image when the user information is available. Now let's save this information. Okay, and also make sure that we will console it. So I will save this one, and if you see we got the response, and it means the image profile image get updated. If I go to this Supabase now, you will see inside the profile image column this image get updated. Perfect. Now if I try to execute again, right, it will give the log empty, because In this case, the profile image is not null, and that's the reason it's not updating, and that's what we expected, because we don't want to make a multiple update or insert operation, right? So that's the reason we will avoid it. Okay, so this is how, guys, you can update the profile image. If you want to update many more things, you can do this in the same way. Now we want to add a tab navigation, where we're gonna add a 4 or 5 different type of tab. One is the home screen, the one tab for the search or explore, the another is for add and the profile. Now in order to add this tab navigation, we are going to use this library called React Navigation. So this React Navigation library is perfect fit for the React Native and Expo application, and the very important thing that is very easy to use as a beginner. So let's go to this reactnavigation.org and go to the read docs. The first and very important thing that we need to install this library inside our application. So copy this command, go to your project inside the terminal, just add it, and then obviously if you scroll down little bit, right, this is the command we need to install for the Expo managed project. So let's copy this one and paste it here. Next thing, on the left hand side you will see the option called navigators. Go to this navigators and you will see a different type of option called stack navigator, native stack, drawer, bottom tab, and so on. Obviously we want a bottom tab navigation, and if you don't know what is bottom tab navigation, this is how it will look, right? On the click you can obviously switch from one page to another, and you have the proper navigation option. Now in order to add this navigation, let's copy this React Navigation bottom tab command and paste it here. And once you add it, it's quite easy to use. This is a simple example that how they use that one. Now let's go back to our application, and inside the app folder we're gonna create a new folder to store our all the navigation. So inside the app folder we create a new folder called navigations, and all the navigation related to our application we will keep inside this folder. Inside that I'm going to create a tab navigation.jsx file and then add the default template like this. Now obviously we want a different screen for different tab. So inside the screen, obviously we already have the home screen. Along with that one, I'm going to create a couple of more folder and screen. So we'll say, for example, profile. Inside that, obviously we need to add profile.jsx. I will say profile screen.jsx. Add the default template. Same thing, I'm gonna add a bunch of more. Now here, in the meantime, I added a couple of more screen for search, profile, home, and add. Now we have all the screen ready. Let's go to this tab navigation, the file which we just created, and inside this tab navigation we need to define the tab first. So constant tab is equal to create bottom tab navigation. So let's copy this particular import statement from here. I'll paste it here and then just define this create bottom tab navigator like this. Now over here I will remove this, and then you can define tab dot navigator, and inside this tab navigator you can define tab dot screen. Okay, so inside that couple of things we need to provide. The first is name, so name of the tab, which is, for example, in this case I give home. The component which you want to attach, so simply we want to attach the home screen component. So let's import that home screen component. So we'll say import home screen from and give the path, so home/home screen, and save it. Now we added this home screen component. Same thing I will do couple of more times, and here the one is for the search, then add, and then profile. Same thing, I'm going to add search screen, add screen, and then profile screen. Okay, now obviously here you need to import, so I will just import this one Here we'll say search screen, add screen, and then profile screen. So this will be a profile / profile screen, then add / add screen, and then lastly search / search screen, and then save it. Now once you're ready with this tab navigator, let's go back here and inside the app.js where we have this home screen we added previously, right? Currently if you see on the screen it's showing home screen. Let's remove that one, and here you have to replace with the native navigator, and here you need to define navigation container. So first import this navigation container from the React navigation, and then just use this navigation container, and inside this navigation container we need to define the tab navigation, okay, like this. Now what we did, once user sign in, we want to show the tab navigation, and that obviously that tab navigation we need to wrap it in between this navigation container. Now if I save this one, and let's wait to refresh it on the screen, and boom, if you see on the screen now we have the home, and at the bottom you will see the tabs as well. Also here a very important thing you need to consider, don't remove this style container, because here we applied this flex as a one. Make sure you have to apply flex as a one. If you remove this flex, okay, then our bottom tab navigation will look like this, okay, and many users have faced this issue. So make sure you added the flex as a one. And now if I click on any of these, see it changes the screen as well. Now couple of things, let's update the icon which you saw on the screen, right? So let's go back to the tab navigation, and inside the tab navigation each of the tab screen we need to use own a different icon, right? So here we have property called options. Inside this option you can add tab bar icon, okay. Now inside the tab bar icon it takes two property, one is color and other is size. And then inside this arrow function we need to define the font which you want to use. So for a font we are going to use this icon Expo FYI. So this is very rich icon library for the Expo application. Now here if I search for the home, let's search home, and most probably I like to use this Ioni icon. So I'm going to use this icon, copy this import statement first and paste it here, and then you can copy this component as well and then paste inside this tab bar icon like this, and then save it. Okay, now if I see on the screen you will see the home, right? Perfect. Also if you see, obviously I want to keep the active as a black color, but here the text is still the blue, right? Here you can change the color as well. So for this tab navigator we have option called screen option, and inside this screen option you can give tab bar active tint color, say this one, and here you can just mention the color. So colors dot black. So we imported, oh that's correct, colors dot, so we need to add a black color. Let's add a black color inside our color.js. Here we'll say black and #00, and now you can just access that black color and save it. Now you'll see the color of that text also get changed, and when it's inactive obviously we have to make sure that color get changed as well. So obviously here if you see, right, the tab screen color is black, so here I'm going to change to the one which we measure, oh sorry, one which we pass, right, this one, and the size as well. And now if you see it's changed. If it's inactive, this is how it will look. So same thing you need to copy for all other screen. And obviously we want to change, if I save it everywhere you will see home, but let's change for other. For example, now we want for search, here I mean just search, copy this search. You just need to copy this search text now because we already have over here, right? Then for add, so I will use this icon, add circle, and the last is profile. So here I'm going to use profile, this one. And save it. And now if you see, this is how beautiful it will look. See, now as I told you, you can customize the font, you can add the size of this particular text. Is up to you how you want to add, right? If you think you want to change size, you can add that size as well, depends on your requirement. For now I will keep as simple as it is, right? Because I don't want to make confusion and want to waste so much time in the same thing, but you can give a try. Now another thing, if you see at the top, we have this header, right, which we can call it a tab bar. So we don't want that one on any of the screen, okay, any of the tab. So it's very easy. Though another one option is you can hide the tab bar. So here you have option header shown, make it false inside this tab screen options, and save it. And for the home, if I go to this home, you will see the tab navigator is not there, but in search is still there, right? And everywhere you need to add that one. Or there is another way, inside this tab navigator screen option, you can just add header shown as a false, okay? And once you define over here, it will applicable to all the tab screen, okay? So you don't need to define for each of the screen. Once you define at the top, it will applicable. So this is how our tab navigation is ready. So guys, if you have any confusion on this part, let me know in the comment section, and obviously I will keep the link of this React navigation in the description. So let me talk about the TubeGuruji membership, where once you are become a member of the TubeGuruji, you will get exclusive access to all the courses along with the source code and the demo. Here, not only that, but you can track each chapter by chapter for each of the project. Also, as I say, you can directly access the source code, the YouTube videos and all, and you can just join for less than $7. So let's give a try, be a member of the TubeGuruji and get exclusive access of all the sources. Now let's go back to our application, and in this particular section we are going to set up the AWS S3 bucket to store our videos. So for example, let's say user want to upload a new video, okay? Then obviously user will pick a video from the phone, and for that one we need to add a library where user can pick any videos from his phone, and then from that video we need to generate the thumbnail, okay? Because that thumbnail we require in order to display the video before it playing on the device. Once we generate the thumbnail, along with the thumbnail and video, we need to upload it to the AWS S3 bucket. Once this video and thumbnail is uploaded, the AWS will return the video URL and the image URL. This video and image URL we need to insert into our database. So obviously we will gonna create a new table to store the video post details. It obviously it includes the video URL, who created the post, which the user's email, the image thumbnail, description if any, and maybe more parameter, depends on the requirements. So make sure you need to create AWS account, and the very important thing, AWS is free for 12 months, so you don't need to pay a single penny. But even though after the 1 year, right, S3 bucket is quite cheap, so within a couple of bucks you can get access to the AWS S3 bucket. If you are a small business, I will say just more than, I don't think so you will get a charge more than $5, and everything we're gonna learn how to set up AWS S3 bucket. So very first thing, let's go to aws.amazon.com, and maybe I don't know about in India whether it's a .in or not, okay, but just check it out. And then just go to this sign into the console. Now if you don't have an account, you need to create account. I already created account for me. Create a root user account, and I will just log in to my account. And once you log in to your application, you will see the dashboard like this, okay, where you will find all the services over here. Now right now, before creating the bucket, I want to tell you to create a budget. This is very recommended, because otherwise, for example, if you exceed the S3 bucket storage or some kind of thing, right, you will get notified with the budget thing. So let's go to this billing and cost management section. So, or you can search it from here. Okay, if you search billing and cost management, see, and let's go there. Inside this billing and cost management, on the left hand side you have option called budget. Click on that budget option, and then if you see, I already created budget, right? I created two budget. One, if the budget is, the maximum budget is $1, and they will notify me once the budget $1 is reached, right? They will send an email, something that like that. But first, now let's create a completely new budget. You can use the existing template or you can customize the template. So here, if you see, we have option called zero spend budget. So it's saying the create a budget that notify you once user spend exceed $0.01, which is above AWS free tier limit. Means once the free tier limit is completed, right, and you if you are using the AWS S3 bucket and you exceed or start the AWS, you start charging you, then it will notify you immediately. So here I added that, and here I'm also add some budget name. We'll say Tuck. You can add the email received where you want to receive this one. So I will add my mail ID and just click on create budget, and if you see, now our new budget is get created, and it will notify me immediately when you AWS start charging me. Same thing, you can create a customized budget where you can add your own amount and everything, but make sure you will add that budget thing. Okay, now let's go to the service again and search for the S3 bucket. And now right now, if you see, I already have one bucket created, but let's create a new bucket. Here you have option called create bucket. So bucket consider is kind of folder. Okay, I don't want to complicate in that one. Now let's give bucket name. Here I will say Tuck app. Then if you come down, right here, you will enable this ACL because we want to access this bucket from the SDK, right, from our application. So I will enable this ACL. If you scroll down, also make sure to remove this block all public access, because otherwise it also disable or block the access to ACL. Then here I will say acknowledge. Bucket versioning will disable this one, not required, and then click create bucket. So it's saying that bucket name must not contain uppercase character. Here we'll say Tuck app. Okay, we need to be in small, and then click create bucket, and if you see, our bucket Tuck app is get created. Let's open that one, and if I go here, right here you will see the properties. Here are the permissions, right? Now inside the permission you can create your own bucket policy. Okay, if I go edit, here you can add your own bucket policy. For example, let's add a new statement. Now inside this statement you need to add the service. So let's say S3, we want to add S3 service. I will add all the action for now like this, and now you can also add the resources. So let's go to select the S3 bucket, select the resource type called bucket, and here you need to give the bucket name. So I will give Tuck app and add a resource like this. Okay, and I think in principle you can just mention star, something like this, and then here I'm gonna add this line once more to give access to my bucket. Okay, so we'll say /star, something like this. Maybe here we need to give comma, and I think we are good. Let's save these changes, and now if you see, the changes saved. Now this particular policy will give you, okay, we want to give access to this particular bucket only with the action name and all of this statement, right? Then I don't think so we need any more thing to set up, right? So if I go to this bucket now, and inside the Tuck app, you can upload the image from here as well, or you can create a folder for the image and for the video, or you can start uploading from here as well. So our bucket is now ready. Now next thing, let's go to this TubeGuruji, and over here if you see we have option called security credentials. Now let's go to the security credential, and over here you will see this particular option called access key. Here if you see I already have one access key created, but you can create a new access key. Okay, and obviously maybe I don't know what is the root user access key not recommended, that's fine, but from here you can create a new access key, and that from that access key we need to use it in order to connect with the AWS services. Okay, obviously that I will tell you in the next chapter, but I hope until this point you understand and you are able to successfully set up the AWS on AWS S3 bucket. So now let's start implementing this complete workflow, as we need to give option to the user to pick a video from his phone library. So let's go back to our application, and inside here once user click on add tab, right, we are showing this add screen. On the screen we need to give option to select the file. So let me go to the add screen, and inside this add screen let's start implementing. So first thing, inside the view I'm gonna add image. Here we first will design the UI. So inside this source we'll use the local assets. So inside the assets folder I added the folder.png, this particular file. You can get these assets. The source code and all the assets link is in the description, so you can access it. Now you can just access this by giving the exact path /folder.png. If I save it, this is how it looks. Let's give width and height. So for this one I'm gonna give some style. We'll say width of 100 for example. Let's add a height of 100. Let's see how it looks. Let's make it 160, and that's much better. Let's make 140 little, yeah. Then for this view I'm gonna add a style, and here we'll add a padding of 20. Then we'll make align item to be in the center. Okay, then we want vertically to be in the center, so we'll make this display as a flex, and then we also add a justified content to the center. Okay, so and make sure to add a flex as a 1, so it will come in the center like this. Okay, next after this image we're gonna add a text, and we'll simply say start uploading short video, and another text, and here we'll write let's upload short video, or by selecting, okay, let's upload short video and start sharing your creativity with your community. So some kind of message thing, right? Here I'm going to give some style. Here we'll say font family to be outfit bold, then font size of let's say 20, and we'll give margin top to 20. Let's save this one. So this is how it will look. And this, for this text I'm going to use style. We'll add text align to be in the center, and we'll give margin top to 30. Okay, perfect. Let's give some font little bigger, and after that I'm gonna add a button. So let's add a button. So this button need to be touchable opacity, so just replace that one, and then inside that we'll add a text, and here we'll say select video file. Here for this touchable opacity let's give some style. So here I'm gonna add a background color. we'll say color dot black. Let's add a black color inside our color.jsx. Oh, we already have black color, so we imported a wrong import color file. Oh, my bad. So this one, and then you can access the black color. Then we'll add a padding of 10, padding horizontal we'll add 25, and we'll add a border radius of 99. So this is how it will look. Obviously for this text I'm gonna add a style. We'll say color to be colors dot white. Perfect. And we'll give margin top, so let's add a margin top to 20. Perfect. And now this is the file. On this file obviously we want to open the file explorer. Okay, so let's do that one now. So here I will just update the font family for each of the text, and over here as well, not here but for this particular text, font family need to be an outfit, and then save it. Now in order to add that particular video pick library, right, for that one we are going to use this Expo image picker from the official Expo documentation. So this library we need to install, and if you see, it is compatible with the Android devices, any emulator, same the iOS device, iOS emulator, and the web application as well. So copy this command, go to your project and install this one. And once you install, here is the documentation that how can you use it. So before that, inside the app.json you need to add this plugin inside the Expo. So I will copy this plugin, and let's go to this app.json file. And right now if you see, we have the plugin called Expo font, so just copy this particular array and I will paste it here, so comma and paste it, and then save it. After this one, if I scroll down, so this is the example that you can use to pick the media file. Okay, so I will copy as it is, and inside the add screen, right, inside this function I will add that particular method. So obviously I will check update this name, so we'll say select video file, and this is the sync, so make sure to import this image picker. So let's add this import as well over here. Okay, now if you see, it's the media type right now they selected the all. If you check here, you have the all images and videos. Now in this case we just want the videos, so I will select the videos only. It say allow editing, set true, the aspect ratio and the quality as well you can set it, and here you will get the result. If the result is means you pick the successful, then with this particular result.asset.uri you will get the URI of that particular asset. So I will also console this value over here and then save it. Now let's test this out, but before that obviously we need to attach this particular method to this button. So for this touchable opacity we have the on press event, and here I will say select up video file and then save it. Now if I try to select a video file, and boom, if you see right now in this emulator I only have one video. Okay, and here I can select this video. So let's go to this, select this video, and okay, we got an error, but let's see first what's the issue. So inside the console we don't have any issue actually, so everything is work good. And if you see, we have the file URI over here. Okay, so that's how you can select the file. Now once you select this particular video file, we need to generate the thumbnail, right? So here I'm gonna write a code. Here we'll say use to generate the thumbnail. Okay, here we're gonna write a method, so we'll define constant generate video thumbnail, and this method help us to generate the image from the video. And obviously this method use to select video file from phone. Okay, now obviously one more important thing I want to tell you here. As soon as you select the video file, you can save this in a state if you want to use somewhere. Okay, now let's go here and just search on the Google Expo generate thumbnail from video, and it will also give you the library from the Expo documentation. It's called Expo video thumbnail, and if you see the library that allow you to generate the image to serve as a thumbnail from a video file, correct? So copy this command in order to install this particular library inside your project, and then in order to use it, this is the simple way that you can generate. So obviously we already have the generate thumbnail method, so I will just copy this inside code and we'll paste it here. Now what it will do, obviously this is await, so we'll use this as a async, and over here make sure to import this video thumbnail statement, and over here we need to pass the URI of that file which you want to convert into a thumbnail. Okay, so in this case as soon as user select the I don't want this set image, so I will remove this one. So as soon as user select the video file, we'll pass that one to this particular generate video thumbnail. Okay, so I will pass this URI, the video URI, to the generate thumbnail, and here I will say video URI. Okay, now this video URI we will pass over here. This means this is our video. Okay, so you can here you need to provide the time where you want the screenshot or the image from. Okay, so this is nothing but I think 15 seconds might be. Okay, you can say something like this. Then here just I will write console.log URI, and this is the thumbnail. Okay, so this is the thumbnail, so I will print that one too, and I think everything's look good. Let's save this and let's test this out. And inside the console we will get a video thumbnail video URI along with the thumbnail. So select the video file, select this file, and boom, if you see, this is the video and then this is the thumbnail. Perfect. Okay, now we have the video URI, we have the thumbnail as well. Let's pass this to the next screen where we're gonna show the preview. Okay, when I say the preview, it means let me show you in the diagram. So for example, this is our device. Okay, and on the preview screen we want to show the thumbnail. Okay, and we will give option to the user to add some description. Okay, so add description. So here will be the text input, and then we will give a button to publish, or we can say for example a post. Okay, so once user post, we're gonna show obviously we want to save it in AWS bucket, as well as we also save it in the Supabase as well, right? But in that same time we're gonna show some kind of loading. Okay, that your data is getting saved, and we'll hold for the moment, and once everything is successful, then we'll redirect user to the profile page. Now obviously that profile page is not ready, but we will do it later on. Okay, so this is the basic thing we need to implement now. So so for that one, obviously we need to jump from add screen page to the new screen, right, which is the preview screen. So the question is, how can we do that? Because we just have the tab navigation, right? So for that, in this case, from jump from one screen to another screen, we need to implement a stack navigation. So let's go to this React navigation document, and inside this navigator option you will see a stack navigation, and this is simple example that how the stack navigation will work, right? On the button click, see it's jumping from one screen to other screen, correct? So let's do that. So first thing, you need to install this stack navigation. So inside the console, let's import the stack navigation, and then I think that's all we need. You can add the gesture handler if you want. So for the Expo, you can add this gesture handler as well for the smooth animation. And now this is the simple example that how to use stack navigation. Okay, so I will copy this import statement because we want that one, And now let's go to this navigation folder where we can create a new navigation, and we'll say add screen navigation.jsx. Add the default template, and let's add import statement from the stack navigator. Here I will say constant stack is equal to create stack navigator. Over here I will replace this one with the stack dot navigator, and inside that you can define the screen. So here I will define like this, and inside that you can give the name. So by default, whenever you add the first screen, right, that will be the default and first screen every time. So here I'm gonna add screen, and the component name, obviously you need to give the default component, which is the add screen, right? Second screen we need to add, so let's add the second screen as well. So inside the screen we're gonna add a new screen. We can call it as a preview screen.jsx. Add the default template, and now inside the stack we will add that screen. So stack.screen will give the name as a preview screen. We'll add a component as a preview screen. That's all. Okay, so I hope you understand. So obviously after the add screen, on the click of any button on the add screen, obviously we want to navigate to the preview screen. So that's the reason we added both the screen in one stack navigator. Now inside the tab navigator, right, if you remember, we have this add screen tab. Okay, and we already attached that add screen to this add screen screen only. So here we will replace it with the add screen navigation like this, and then save it. Let's save this one as well, and let's wait. And now if you see, once it's saved, you got the default screen, and obviously on the select video file we want to upload the file, and then we will navigate to the new screen. But if you see, as soon as we added this add screen navigation, which is tag navigation, this header it come again here as well. In order to remove it, you can give the screen option, and then you can just hide the header. So header shown, you can make it as a false and save it, because this is complete new navigation, right, new stack navigation. That's the reason. Now we are ready to use the stack navigation. Let's close all the tab and let's go to the add screen. Now on this screen, as soon as you have the thumbnail, right, here you can navigate to the new screen. So here you need to define constant, and here we define navigation is equal to use navigation. So this use navigation hook you need to import from the React navigation. So here I will add import use navigation from React navigation, and save it. Now as I told you, once we have the thumbnail, let's navigate to the new screen, which is the preview screen. So navigation dot navigate, and inside that you need to give the name of the screen where you want to navigate. So in this case, this will be the name we need to use. Okay, so we'll see preview screen, and along with that one we need to pass two value. One is the video URI and the thumbnail. So here we'll say video, which is equal to this video URI, which we already have, right, and the another is the thumbnail. So we'll say thumbnail, which is this particular URI, correct, and that's all. So if you don't want this console, you can remove this console as well, and I will also comment this out, this console. Perfect. Now as I told you, right, we have to pick the video, we have to generate the thumbnail. Let me show you in the diagram. So these two steps we followed, correct. Now obviously we're going to show the preview. So let's test this out. We are just sending the new screen with this particular value. So select the video, select this file, and boom, if you see, it's navigate to the preview screen. Now let's go to the preview screen, And inside this preview screen, we need to get these two parameters. One is video and other is thumbnail. So you can get it using constant params is equal to use route. So this use route we need to import from the React navigation. So here I will import use route from navigation. Just type navigation, hopefully, yeah, /native, and then once we have the use route dot params, so it will give us the parameter. Okay, in order to show you, let me show you inside the use effect. We'll just console this one. So let's say console it params. Okay, let's save it, and if you see, we got the two parameter. One is thumbnail and other is video. Okay, perfect. Now inside this preview screen, we need to show the users info, the previews, the video preview along with the thumbnail. So here I will say, let's add a padding first. So style, we'll add a padding of 20. Let's add a h2 tag, text tag, and here we'll say add details. Let's add one more view tag. Okay, and inside that we'll define this, and for this view I'm gonna use some style. We'll say align item to be in the center, and we'll give margin top to 25. Let's go 45. And for this style, for this text, I'm going to give font size, font family, outfit bold, then font size of 20. Now after this text, I'm going to show the image. So we'll say image from obviously we need to import this image from the React Native. The source, now this source we will get it from the URL. We are displaying this image thumbnail from the URL, so you have to pass URI, and then you need to give the thumbnail information, right? So which is, we can get it from the params dot thumbnail. And after that, let's save this one and let's see whether we got the thumbnail. We don't, because we need to give width and height. So let's say width of 200 and height of, let's say, 300. And if you see, this is the thumbnail, we got it. So beautiful. Also we'll make the border radius to be, like, say 20, let's say 15, and I will add a margin top to 15. Perfect. Now after this one, we're gonna give option to add the description. So for that one, in order to accept the input from the user, we have the one component called text input from the React Native. Okay, so this text input, inside this text input you can add number of line, because it should be multi-line. We'll say 3. And also right now, if you see, right, you cannot able to see it, but let's add a placeholder, so you'll get to know. We'll say description. See, now once we have the description, we'll add a style, and we add a border width 1. Let's save this one. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. Let's add a width of 100%, then rounded border, rounded radius of 15, let's say 10. Add a margin top to 25. We'll add a padding horizontal to 10. Let's add 20. Okay, the color, border color, I'm gonna change to colors dot background transparent. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, that's much better. And for this complete view, I'm gonna add a background color of white. So colors dot white, something like this, and let's make flex as 1. Perfect. And after this one, obviously we are giving option to the user to add some kind of description. Right here user can add a description, but if you see, I cannot remove this keyboard, right? Or you cannot scroll that one, so obviously button is disabled. You have to remove that particular keyboard manually. So you have option, so you need to wrap this complete view inside the keyboard avoiding view. Okay, so this will help us to close the keyboard as well. So here I will wrap it like this, save it, and along with that one, I don't know what happened, but yeah, along with that one, let's apply that particular style to this keyboard view. Now we are good, and here I will change this view to the scroll view, something like this. Okay, so if I open the keyboard, right, see, even though if I put this outside, now it works perfectly fine. Let's add this padding from here to this keyboard view, sorry, to this scroll view. And now that that scroll bar is not there anymore. Perfect. After this text input, I'm gonna add a button, so we'll add a touchable opacity, and let's copy the similar button which we have previously, right? Same button, I will copy it from here, we'll paste it. The on press event I will remove it for now, and instead of select file we say publish and save it. See this beautiful small button. Now once user click publish, it will get published. But one more thing, we'll give more padding from the top. We'll say 100. Oh, sorry, my bad, we need to give margin top, right? Perfect, like this. Now once user add the information, right, then user have option to publish it as well, and user click publish, then we need to send all of the data, right? One more thing I want to add here, the back button. Its back button is missing, right? So let's add that one. So inside this about this particular view, right, this view contain this all the information. About that one I will add one view. Inside that one I will add a back button from the icon Expo. So let's go to this icons Expo. Here we'll say back, we'll filter with the any icon, you can, it's up to you. And I will copy this particular icon. So first let's import this component, and then use that component. And here we'll simply add a text, we'll say back. So obviously we'll change the font size. Here we'll say 44. For this text we'll change the style, we'll say font family to outfit, and then font size of 20, and we'll align in one line. So style, make display as a flex, then flex direction as a row, and then gap of maybe say 10, and also align item to be in the center. Okay, now once user click on this back button, we want to navigate to the previous screen. So for that one, let's define the navigation. So this use navigation, okay, we need to add this use navigation using this navigation route. Now this use navigation basically used to navigate from one screen to another, right? And for this view, obviously this is the button, right? On that one we need to go back. So simply I will change this to touchable opacity, so that we will get the on press event, and here we'll simply add navigation dot go back. So what will happen, it will go back to a previous page. See, if I click on this one, it go back to previous screen. Here you can select the video, and then it will navigate to the previous screen. Here it will simply say add details, and then it will add all the information, and once user click publish, we need to publish it, right? Now as you know that we have the video URL, we have the thumbnail. The only thing that we need to get this description, right? So define a state called description, comma set description is equal to use state. And on this text input, right, where we define this text input, so this has one method called on change text. Okay, it will take the value, so whatever you input it, right, we can directly store it inside this set description like this. So this need to be value, not vault, and then save it. Okay, perfect. Now we have all the information. Let's define one method. We'll say constant publish handler. Now inside this publish handler, we're gonna get all the information first, and then we need to publish it to the AWS, right? So guys, I hope until this point you understand everything. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. So as you know that we already completed this particular two parts where we pick the image and we generate the we pick the video and we generate the thumbnail from the video, and also we show the preview screen. Now it's time to upload to the AWS S3 bucket. So for that one, I'm going to use this official AWS SDK library. So it's very easy to install. Copy this command and let's go back to our application and just paste it inside the console so that it will get installed. Okay. Next thing, you need to configure this S3 bucket first. So inside this util folder, I'm going to create a new file and we can call it as a S3 bucket config.jsx. Now inside this one, we need to write export constant S3 bucket is equal to new S3. Okay. And obviously this S3 we need to import it. So let's go here and let's import this S3 from AWS SDK. Okay. Now this S3, inside this S3, we need to provide a couple of things. The one is access key ID. Okay. Then we need to provide the secret access key, and the last we need to provide the region. Okay, so obviously as I told you in the previous chapter that how to generate this access key, right? Let's go back to the S3 bucket, and inside this account you have the option called security credential. Inside this security credential here, if you come below, right, we have the option called access key. You have option to generate a new access key. So click on it, say I understand, and click create access key, and boom, if you see the new access key is created. Copy this access key and go to your environment file. Here you can paste this access key. Let me add it here. So we'll say expo underscore public AWS access key. So don't use mine. And the last is you need to copy this secret key. So I will copy this secret key as well, and here we'll say expo underscore public underscore AWS secret underscore key, and then copy this key as well and then save it. Now you can just use this or pass this API access key ID, using this process .env and this file, and then secret key as well. So we'll say expo process .env and the name of the key, and the last is we need to provide the region, right? Now if I go back to our S3 services, here this is our app and you will see the region, right? This particular region we need to use it. So in this case, in my case is US East 1, in your case it might be a different. So what I will do, I will create a new variable called expo public AWS region is equal to, and I will paste this region, and here I will directly use it process.env expo public AWS region, and then save it. Now your initialization of S3 bucket is ready, as we exported this one so that you can use it throughout the application. Now let's go to this preview screen, and now inside the preview screen, let me close. Okay, so we are already in preview screen. So inside this publish handler, right, we need to define the couple of things. So first we'll get the video is equal to param dot thumbnail, not param dot video. So let me remove this one, and let me add one method called constant upload file to AWS. This particular method help us to upload the file. Here we need to define the file type, so we'll define constant file type is equal to, and obviously this upload file will take a file. Okay, so whatever the file we'll send, for example, if we say the video file or image, which is the thumbnail, so okay, this file type we'll split this file type using the dot, and we'll pop the first element. So it means it actually get fetching the extension, like whether it's a mp4, right, or whether it's .jpg. So for this one we are actually using this logic. Then once we have the file type, then we'll define the params. Okay, inside this param we need to give the bucket name. So in this case, if I go to this AWS, you will see this bucket name, right? So copy this bucket name as it is, we'll paste it here. Then the key will be the name of the file. Okay, so here I will say, you can give any name. Okay, so I will give the TubeGuruji, and then I will add the unique file name every time, right? So simply I'm going to add a timestamp for that one, like this, and dot, and the extension of the file, which is the file type. Okay, simply. So this will give the something like this. Let me show you the example. So for example, it will give TubeGuruji, and the timestamp dot mp4. Okay, so this file name, it will actually give that this kind of file name. This is the format. If it's a jpg, then it will give the jpg file. Then we need to provide the body. So for this body, now here we need to provide a body in the sense we need to provide the video, right, the whatever the file we want to send. Now in this case we need to convert our file into the blob one. So in order to convert the our file into blob, we need to add await await fetch, and then we need to pass the file. Okay, so in this case whatever the file we send, we will pass to this one. Here we need to give comma, and as we are using await, let's make this as async, and then it will return the response, and the response dot blob. Okay, so we convert it into a blob. After this, this is a ACL we need to provide, so this will be a string public read operation. Here we need to give comma again, and the last is content type. Okay, so this need to be typed like this, and here we need to provide the type. So here we will accept the along with the file, we'll accept the type here, whether it's a video or image, and if the type, will say, if for example we'll write a condition, if type is equal to video, then we will add a type like video slash the file type, and then if it's not, it means it's an image, then we'll simply add image slash dollar file type. Okay, perfect. I think that's all. Only thing that I might concern, because I never tried, right, to for the image whether this will work or not, but we'll see. Now once we have the params, right, now we need to upload it into our S3 bucket. So here we'll add a try catch block, and inside this try block, first thing we'll define constant data is equal to await, and we'll define this S3 bucket from our S3 bucket configuration. Okay, just to change is a bucket configuration, I will rename this file. That's really good because this is incorrect spell name, bucket. Again, and then here we'll accept S3 bucket and inside that we have method called upload, and whatever the value inside the param, we'll pass that one. Okay, and I think we'll just make promise on that, and then operator, so dot then we'll set the response, and then we'll console it. So console.log, we say file upload date, file upload, and here we also console.log the response as comma response. Okay, and save it. Now right now we are not doing anything special. Okay, let me explain you what does it means, right? Because we did not add any progress bar kind of thing or anything loading, okay, something like that. We'll just make sure that file is getting uploaded successful or not, right? So first thing, we need to call this upload file to AWS from the publish handler button, right? So once user click on the publish, we have this button called upload file to AWS, and here we're gonna upload the file. So here I will say params dot video comma and file type called video. Okay, and this publish handler I'm gonna attach to the publish button. So here I will add on press event, and I will click on the publish handler. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So let's open the console. We'll add some text description, really not required right now, but let's click publish, and it's saying missing credential in config. If you're using AWS config file, set AWS SDK load config is equal to 1. Let me check what's this issue. Now over here I just added this value directly hard coded, okay, instead of accessing from here, and maybe because of that one it might work, right? So let's test this out now. So let's click publish. Okay, let me open the console panel and click publish. Okay, so obviously it will take some time to publish it on the store, and boom, if you see, it's saying file uploaded. And also I think I published a couple of times, but that's fine. And here you will see we got the response. Okay, and it uploaded this mp4. Let's test this out. So if I go to this AWS S3 bucket, let's go to this app. I uploaded a couple of times. Okay, so might be you will see 2-3 response. See, and just now the latest one is this one. Okay, and we have this particular file. Perfect. Okay, let's access this file, and if you see, we have this video playing on the screen. So guys, that is how you can upload. Now one more thing, important thing I want to tell you here. If you see, you have the option called location, and from this one you will get the URL of the video, right? And that's what we wanted, to get the location of the URL once we upload this upload it to this AWS, because this particular URL we want to store to our Supabase, right, inside our database. So here you can access this simply by typing response dot location like this. Okay, and save it. So this is guys how we can upload the video, and same thing you can do it for the image. Okay, let me upload only image. So here I will say image, and here I will pass the thumbnail, right? Let's save it and let's click publish. So it might be very quick. So let's see, and in the response, if you see, now we have the JPG file. Let's copy this and open inside the browser whether we can access it or not. And if you see, this is thumbnail. If I go to this go to our AWS bucket, right, you will see the JPG file which I uploaded just now. Okay, so once you have these both the things, you can upload the both the things at a time, and then you will upload the video and the image, and that's how you can store it. Now here, as you know that we successfully uploaded the video to the AWS. Now it's time to add that record to the our Supabase database. Okay, and that's quite be easy. So first thing we need to do is to create a new table inside the Supabase. So click on new table, and inside this new table we will create a new option called videos. Okay, or we'll say post list. I will keep the description as it is. Inside this we need to add some column. Here we'll say video URL. Our type will be the varchar, so here we'll select the varchar. Then another type, we'll select the image URL, or we can say thumbnail. Again, this will be a varchar. After this we need to add email reference, or you can say user reference. And here again this will be the varchar. Another, we need to add a description, the video description. Again, this will be the varchar. And then I added description. You can even move this column. Okay, so I will move like this and then click save. So we'll wait to add all the column, and if you see, our post list table is now ready. Now let's go back to our application, and over here couple of things we need to manage. The first thing, here right now we are just calling this method, right? We will call this method asynchronously, so we'll await means we'll add await, and here we'll add async. It means what it will do, it will first execute this complete upload file to AWS, and then only it will execute the second upload function. Okay, so whenever the first upload will execute, the video URL which is generating from the AWS will store in one state called constant video URL comma set video URL is equal to use state. Okay, and at the very first, obviously if I scroll down, this method, here I will write if type is matches with the video. Okay, means if this is a video upload functionality, then we're gonna set the video URL as response.location. Okay, otherwise then we'll add a L condition. It means now this method is uploading the image, and here we'll just console for now. Let's console the response.location comma video URL. Okay, so this is the image thumbnail and this is the video URL, which is the URL we are getting from the AWS. Okay, and this is how we are handling our method call. Let's save it and let's test this out. So let me open the console panel and let's publish this video. Now if I publish, if you see right now, we uploaded the MP4 player, means video, then we uploaded the image, and then we got the image. But here if you see, we did not get the video URL. Let me check why. So in this chapter we are going to implement the home screen, as we already implemented the upload functionality, and we are storing all the videos and the thumbnail to the AWS, and also we are storing our record in the Supabase. Now on the home screen we're gonna display all the item which we added to the Supabase, and we are just fetching it on the screen, okay, along with the thumbnail. So on the home screen you will see we have the name of the application, like TubeGuruji we can give. Here we can give the profile image, and then below that one we will add the list of all the video. Obviously once user click on any of this video, we will play the video similar like a TikTok. But in order to implement it, we need to add some of the data, right? We need some dummy data or some data. So inside the post list you will see I added around 11 record. You can add more. Okay, and let's go back to our application now and open the home screen. So we are in the home screen now, and let me open this side by side. And if I go to home screen right now, nothing is printing, just a text called home screen. Now inside here, first thing, let's add a text, and we can call it as a TubeGuruji. Here I'm gonna give some styling, so add a style. We'll say font size of 30, font family of outfit bold. Okay, and if you think, you can give margin 20 and padding top to 25. Then in the similar line, on the right hand side I want to show the user profile image, so I will wrap this text inside the view. because on the same line we want to show the user profile image, right? So over here I'm gonna add image, the source, and here we need to show the user profile image, right? So obviously we have the user information already, so just displaying user dot image URL like this. Here we'll use the style, we'll say width of 50 and then height of 50. If I save it, it will look like this. Okay, so something is not correct. Oh, so here obviously we need to provide the URI, right? And then save it. And now if you see, we have this user's image. Now let's make this rounded. So we'll say border radius to 99, and then we bring in one line. So for this particular view, I'm gonna add a style. Here we'll say display as a flex, and then flex direction we want a row. Okay, so it will mean the one line. Obviously we want at the right hand side, so we'll just say justify content space between. Okay, and we'll make sure that vertically it should be a center, so align item to be in the center. Perfect. Now our top section is ready. Now it's time to fetch all the information from the Supabase. All the information means the post list. So here I'm going to write a method called constant get latest video list, and here we'll say constant data comma error is equal to await Supabase dot from, and here we need to give the name of the table, which is the post list. Now if I go to this API doc, from here also you can have an option called read row, means to select the rows, right? And obviously you can provide the page with the help of pagination, right? So obviously I'm going to use this one, so copy this as it is, or you can type your own. And so let's add my own. So post list, then here if you see we have the operation called select and then range, right? So same way we're gonna implement called select, because we want to select everything, comma range, dot range. Here first two we'll say 9 elements. Okay, obviously it will only fetch first 10 elements, and as we are using await, make this as a async and save it. Now one more thing over here, right? We also want the user information like username, the profile picture of the user, and for that one if you see this one is only fetching the post list information. So in order to fetch a reference data, because we already referring with the help of email referenced column, right? So you can also fetch the user's information by just providing the other column information along with the foreign key. I mean, whatever other column you want, you can fetch that one. So simply you can return like this. So after star you can give comma and the table name. So in this case we'll say users. I will just make sure it's correct. Yeah, users. And from that, okay, we need to provide the name. Okay, so here I'm gonna provide the name like whatever you will want. For example, you want username, then you want name and also profile image. Okay, so this much information we are fetching, and I think that's all. Now here I will just console it. So like console.log, we'll say data. Okay, if you have any error, we'll also console the error as well. And now this get latest video list we need to call inside the use effect. So for now we'll call it inside this same use effect and then save it. Now if I go here, if you see, obviously it's showing null for the error, but if you see we have the data now. Now let's store this data inside one state. Before that, let me show you that we also have the users information, and in that we have the name, username, profile image, and all of that information. Now let's go here and define state. We'll say video list comma set video list is equal to use state. Initially it will be the empty. Now here we'll simply add that video list using the data. I will remove this console for now and save it. Now once we have the video list, we need to iterate this video list over here. So after this view, let me format this first, and after this view we will just iterate it. So here I'm gonna add in order to iterate it, right, I'm gonna use a flat list, okay, from the React Native. See, and flat list is very powerful component inside the React Native, where you can define the list of items from the array. So here for the flat list you need to give a couple of options. The first is data, what data you want to show it or display it or iterate it. So in this case is our video list. Then you have option called render item. So in this, inside the render item, you need to define let's define the item comma index, and then arrow function like this. Then inside that, let's define a view, okay, and inside the view you can define the code. So you can create a component instead of defining over here. So I'm going to create a new component. We'll say video, we'll say video thumbnail item .jsx, and default template I will add over here. Now we'll directly use that particular component called video, what is the video thumbnail item, and for that one we're gonna pass the item as an item, or we can say here video. Okay, so whatever the item we are iterating, that each of the item we are passing to this video thumbnail item, and here I will accept it as a video here, and save both this file. Right now if you see, nothing is printing on the screen. Now here nothing is displaying on the screen because I think we did not set the value. Okay, by mistake we set it here. So we need to set our video list to this get list view. I will gonna remove this console and save it. And now if you see, the video thumbnail item is iterating multiple times because that's the only text we have inside this component. Now I'll remove this one and let's start adding this view. So inside this view, first thing I'm gonna add the image. So let's add an image tag from the React Native. Inside the source you can display the thumbnail. So that thumbnail you can add it using the URI, then video dot thumbnail, and save it. Obviously we need to give width and height. So style, I'm gonna give width of 100%, and then I'm gonna give a width, let's give width of maybe, let's say, sorry, we already give width, let's say height of 250, and save it. So if you see right now the image the image is showing on the screen, and you can even scroll this one, see, okay, and also only first 9 image is getting rendered on the screen. Perfect. So now once you render the image, right, we want that one. Oh, so we have one error. Let me restart the application. But okay, anyway, so over here inside the home screen we want the 2 column, right? We don't want the full screen. So let's do that. So for that one, inside the flat list you have best option called number of column, and here you can provide number of column whether you want 2, 3, whatever. So here I'm going to provide 2. As soon as you provide the number of column, it will stop your application, and then you have to make sure you will restart it, because number of column cannot be changed on the fly. If you see, it's giving that error, right? It's giving that particular message. So you have to make sure that one. So let's restart your application. So anyway, my application is getting failing, so I will just restart it. I will say close app, and we'll rerun our application. So over here I will rerun it again. Now on the screen, if you see, nothing is displaying, right? So let's go to the video thumbnail, and for this view let's give some style, and here we'll say flex as a 1. Okay, and oh, so it took some time to load it, but now if you see, all the item get loaded perfectly. Okay, now after this one we need to give some gap between these 2 items. So here I'm gonna give the margin of 10, or let's say 5. Then we'll make the border radius to be let's say 10. I think that should be good. Oh, not here, my bad. We need to give border to the image like this. Perfect. Now on the top of this or each of this thumbnail, right, we need to show the user profile image along with the name. So for that one, above this image, I'm gonna add a view. Inside this view, let's add one more view. And inside this first thing, let's add an image, the source, and we need to get a user profile image, right? So let's add video dot user. So this need to be a users, I think. I will make sure there's in the response, right, it might have the proper response, but anyway, we'll type it, we'll check it out, and then in that we have the profile image. Now for that one, let's give width and height. So I will give the styling. Here we'll say width of 20, height of 20, and save it. And now if you see, we don't have really anything, so maybe it's need to be, so this need to be capital U because it's users, right? And let's see. Okay, so it's maybe behind this one, I'm not sure, but let's add for this particular view, let's add a style and let's say position to be absolute. Okay, and then we'll give Z index to be, for example, 10. So there will be issue here. I added the text as well, and if you see the username is printing, but this is an issue with this image. Okay, we'll fix this later on, but for now I will just add the background as a white. So colors dot white. Oh my god, so let's import the color properly. This is not the one which we want, and here I'm gonna add a colors. We need to import it manually, I think. Let's add a colors. So it's not there, let's import it. So import colors from, and then let's give the proper path, and now you can exit that one. So let's say colors dot white and save it. Now you'll see that color, and I will add the border radius to be 99. Okay, so it will give border like this. Now obviously we want this particular view at the bottom, so here I'm gonna add a bottom to 0, and then also I'm gonna add a padding around 10, something like this. Let's add a 5 only, and obviously we want this image and the name of the user in one line, and for the name I'm gonna add a style. We'll say a color to be colors dot white, then font family we want outfit, and also I'm going to change the font size. So let's add a font size of 10. Okay, and instead of username, let's save the name only. Perfect. And let's bring everything in one line. So for this view, that's the reason we added this view, right, in the inner view. Here we'll say display as a flex, then flex direction we need to give as a row, and we'll make align item to be in the center, and we'll give gap of 2, and let's save it, and this is how it will look. Let's give more gap like 5. Okay, now if you see here, you can see all the name along with the user profile image. Obviously this user profile image is working on a real device because I just tested out and it worked fine. Next, on the right hand side we need to show heart icon and the likes. So after this particular view, I'm gonna add another view, and inside that we need to add a text. For example, let's hard code some value. Okay, 36, and this is just hard coded value. Okay, so don't worry about that. Here I'm gonna add a style. We'll say font size, font family. Okay, let's add a font family of outfit, then we'll add the font size of 10. Let's save it, and then let's obviously we want to change color to colors dot white. Perfect. and we want on the right hand side, so let's put that on right hand side. But before that I want to add a heart, so we can get the icon over here. Let's search heart. I will filter it with the icon icon, and then I will pick the one, this one. So copy this import statement first, and then you can copy this component and then paste it here. Now if I save it, you will see like this. I don't know where it gone, but okay, so it is in the black color. Let's change this to white, and now we have the proper one. Here I'm gonna change this to 12, okay, little bigger, and same with this name as well. Now we want on the right hand side, so for this view first let's bring 36 and the heart in one line. So style, will use display as a flex, then flex direction as a row, and obviously align item to be in the center, and then give gap of 3. Okay, and then let's bring everything one line. So here for this particular view we'll just add justify content space between, and obviously wait, so not here, my bad. So for this particular view we need to add, right? So here first we'll say display flex direction to be row, and then we'll say justify content space between, and we have to make the width as 100%, so it will come on the right hand side. See, perfect, right? So this is how you can create the home page with this preview of the your own not own but preview of the all the video list, right? So obviously once user click on any of this video, we will open and then we will show in the kind of TikTok. Okay, but now next thing we need to do is to add couple of more things. Very first thing, when we pull to refresh, right, when we want to refresh it, right, we'll pull this down and we want to refresh with the new data. So for that one let's define loading first. Okay, one will define a state called loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and we'll make it false. So whenever we are fetching data, we will set this value set loading as a true, and once we have the data, means here I will write a condition, once we have the data we'll set the loading as a false. Simple. Okay, and now for the flight list, has one property called on refresh. So on refresh means once user try to refresh it, we need to call a method. So we'll simply call this get latest video method. Okay, so here we'll say get latest video list, and along with that we need to provide one more property called refreshing. Okay, means we are telling user while refreshing whether it's refreshing or not first, and what if it's refreshing, then it will call this method. So for refreshing we'll simply add the loading. Okay, so it will obviously have the true and false value. Let's save it, and now if I pull to refresh, see, you got this beautiful icon. If I pull to refresh, see, and now it get all the latest data. Now here if you want to fetch all the latest video which you uploaded on the home screen for this get latest video list query, you can just add the order by clause by id, and it will we will compute ascending as a false. Let's save it, and then you will see the latest one will update it at the top. Okay, so this is how you can fetch the data. Now next thing, if you go at the bottom right, we have to make sure that you will get the next set or next set of the video list, right now if you see we are just fetching the range 0 to 9. Let's make this as 0 to 7. If I save this one, okay, this is how it will look, but I want to decrease it to, let's say, 0 to 6. Okay, so if you see right now we are fetching 6, and after that we have the 7 item. Obviously 0 to 6 means 7. Okay, and it's fetching the 7 item. Okay, let's make it 5, and now that's perfect, right? Obviously we cannot scroll it. Let's better to fetch 7, and now you cannot get the next iteration, right? So for that one flight list have a couple of more properties or method, right? The most important is on. Here we'll say on enrich. Okay, so this method, what it will do, it will give you when user this flat list reach at the bottom. Okay, so right now if I touch the bottom, it will, this method will get called. Let's do one thing. Let's console it. Okay, so we'll console, we'll say end. Okay, and save it. Now let me go top, and if I go to bottom, see the end is printing. Okay, as soon as I touch bottom, as multiple time I touch, it will print out the end, right? So over here we can select set the count value. Okay, and then we can pass that count value to this range. Okay, so for example, let's define that count. So here we'll say constant load count comma set load count is equal to use step, and initially it will be the 0. Now if I go down here, we'll replace this with a load count, and then load count plus 7. If I save this one, okay, right now see nothing get changed, and you are getting the 7 value, correct? But as soon as you touch the end, right here, we'll simply where it is the flat list. Okay, where simply set the count value. So set the load count is load count plus 7. Okay, or we'll say 4 or 7, whatever, 7. Okay, so it will give next 7 iteration. Okay, let's save this one and let's test this out. So right now I will go to the top. If I go to the bottom, right, it will obviously nothing is getting print because we just setting the load count. But now once we set the load count, we have to make sure you will call this get latest video list method, right? So for that one, what you can do, you can define one use effect. So we'll define use effect, and this use effect will execute whenever the load count get changed, right? And then we'll call this method. So I will remove from here and we'll paste it here. So whenever the load count get changed, this get latest video list get called, and with the updated load count. Let's save this one. Okay, and if I go to the bottom, you will see it get called, but it's broke. Okay, it's broke because we are updating with the new list of data, right? Over here we are updating the with the new data, and obviously previous data get erased. Okay, so for that one we need to do one thing, right? Let's do one thing. So at very first, here we'll set the load count to 0. Okay, and once we set that one, because this will affecting our logic, but we can use the spread operator. So instead of the set video list, here I will add the video list, then we'll say the previous video list comma dot 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 the new data. Let's save this one, and if I touch to the bottom, it will give me the next set. See, if I touch to the bottom, obviously we don't have anything right now, but that's all. Okay, so this is how you can get the what to say, the infinity load kind of loading, right? And it's very simple. The main thing you need to do is to update the flat list property, and you need to add the on end reach property. Okay, also it has one more property called on reach threshold, so that also we can add. So here we'll say on end reach threshold. So when you want to call this particular method, right, on reach end, so you can call before that only, but right now I don't want to add it, so I will remove it. And I think, let me remove that one, and that's good. So if you see, we have called multiple times, so it's calling the, basically it's calling this record multiple times, this set count, right, because it's not setting to 0. So that's the reason it's adding a couple of times, but that's fine. It because we have the limited set of record, right? We have only 11 records, and if I go here, if you see, we have only 11 records. That's the reason we are getting that warning that duplicate key. See this one. So don't worry about that one. It will never happen once you deploy means start this application with the other user, right? Once you test that one, so I don't think so you will face any issue. But I hope you understand this basic implementation, how we beautifully implement the video list and show it with this all the information. Now next what we are going to do, once user click on any of this particular video, we're gonna play it like a TikTok, right? The full screen, and where user can scroll to the next, like that. Now in this section, we are gonna display the video listing where user can actually play the video like a TikTok. Now on the click of any of this particular video, right, it will open a new screen where that selected video can play, and afterwards he can just scroll it down to the next video. Also, this will be the full screen video, and along with that we're gonna add the user profile image, username, description, and the option for like, comment, and the share. Okay, so it's similar like a TikTok. So let's go back to our application, and first thing we need to do is to add a new screen inside the home screen, and here we're gonna call it as a let's say play video list.jsx. Add the default template and save it. Now over here, as we are jumping from the home screen to the next screen, right, and we need a navigation for that one. So for that one we're gonna add a new navigation for the home screen. So let's go to the navigation, and here we're gonna create a new file. We can call it as a home screen stack navigation.jsx. Add the default template, and here we're gonna add the stack navigation for the home screen, similar like the add screen navigation. So here first we will define the stack. Here we'll say create stack navigator. After that one I will replace this with the stack.navigator, and inside that we will define the screen. So first screen will be the home, and the component which we need to attach is the home screen component. Next thing we need to add stack.screen. The name will be the play video, and the component will be the play video list, and save it. Now obviously we don't want the header, so here you can add the screen options right now, and we'll just say header shown to false and save it. Now obviously inside the tab navigator we need to replace the home screen with the home stack navigation. So here we'll say home screen stack navigation, and boom, obviously nothing will get changed because we already removed the tab bar. Now let me close all of these tabs, and when the user click on the any video thumbnail, we need to add on press event. So this is the item on which we are rendering, correct? So here I will replace this view to touchable opacity from the React Native. Let's add touchable highlight just for your understanding, right? So we have the another option called touchable highlight. So for the touchable highlights we have the on press event as well. So we have one error because maybe use multiple view. Here I will put everything in one view, something like this, and then save it. Now it will give a little bit of click, right? Or you want the touchable opacity, you can add touchable opacity, and just want to show how both are work. If you see, touchable opacity has that particular click kind of ripple effect. Now once we done with this one, here we're gonna add on press event, and we'll simply navigate to the new screen. So here we can define navigator, or else you can add the on press event and just send back to the previous screen. Okay, it's up to you. So right now let's define over here only is equal to use navigation, and then here I will simply say navigation dot push. Oh sorry, my bad, I think that's correct. So navigation dot navigate, this need to be navigate, and then the name which is the play video, and inside that we need to send a parameter which is the selected video. Okay, so here we'll say selected video, and then we need to pass the video item, this particular object. Now save this one, and if I click on any of this video, let's say this video, see it went to the play video list. Now let's go to the play video list, and here we'll accept that particular param. So constant params is equal to use route dot params. Okay, and inside that we'll get the selected video. Now let's store that in one state. So here we'll say video list comma set video list is equal to use state, and inside the use effect we'll add that we'll set the video list in like this, and then we'll add the params dot selected video. Okay, I'm adding inside the array. I will let you know why we are adding in as an array. Okay, because we want to iterate it. Along with this video, we want to also fetch our next couple of 5 to 10 videos so that user can see while he's scrolling. Okay, so that's the reason. So let's save this one, and now we need to render it. So this is the video list consist of list of object, and as I say, I have to render that one. So here I'm gonna use the flat list. So let's add a flat list, and inside the flat list, first thing we need to provide is a data. So in this case is a video list. Then we need to add the render item. So inside that we have item comma index and the arrow function. So here we need to define the list of video. So instead of defining over here, I'm gonna create a new component and we'll say play video list item dot jsx. So this will be a single item. That's why I created this component. Let's save this one and let's use it over here. Play video list item like this and save it. So right now you will see only one text, which is this one. Now for this play video list item, we need to pass the item information. So whatever the item is getting rendered, each item we will pass to this component, and here I will accept it as a props. Let's save both the components, and now inside this particular view, the first thing we need to do is to display or play the video, right? So for that one, we need to install one library, which is for we will get it from the Expo. So just search on the Expo document for video, and it has a official library or plugin called npx expo install expo av. It has a functionality where you can provide the URL of the video and then it will play, and it has a bunch of different properties as well. So first thing, let's install this one so that we can play actual video. And once it installed, this is the simple example. So I will copy the example as it is and I will paste it here. Make sure to import this video from the Expo AV. See, and also resize mode you need to import, so make sure to import that resize mode as well. Okay, here. Now right now if you see, this is dummy video, but that's fine, we can add that one. And obviously we need to provide the style. They provide them externally. Let's add external styling over here and make sure to import the style sheet. And for the video, I will just copy the existing one for now. Obviously we're going to change that later on. So this is the existing style applied for the video. Let's copy it, and I think everything is good. We need to save this status. Okay, so let's do that too. Okay, just to make sure everything is there, and the reference as well. So here I will say video reference just for understanding. I don't want to confuse here. And style.video, that is fine. Or this need to be, let's remove this. This is the old way to define the state. Make sure to import use reference and then use state. Okay, so I think everything is look good. Let's save this one, and then if you see, the video is playing and it has a controller as well. Okay, if you don't want the control, you can just make it as a false. Okay, and then this control will go away. Okay, also add is looping is true, then everything will be there. Now instead of this hard-coded URI, we're gonna provide our own video URL, and which we can get it from this video object. So here we'll say video dot video URL. You save it, and then let's see whether he's getting rendered or not. Let's go back once, and I will open this video now, and still I don't know what's the issue. Maybe we'll change some style. So here there is one property called should play. So as soon as the video load, it will play. Okay, let's try this one now, and let's open any video. Let's open this video and let's wait. I don't know. And if you see, it's getting load on emulator. Obviously it takes some time to load the video. Okay, if you see, it's getting load. Obviously let's fix this because it get load faster. I don't know why it's taking some time on the emulator, because I tested on the actual device and it's so much faster. Okay, it's never buffer at all, but maybe there is another things we need to update. But anyway, we can test this out. Let's test this out, and if you see, now it's working fine. Okay, perfect. Now obviously we need to change the height and width of this particular video. Okay, so what we can do here, for the width I'm gonna give a dimension. Okay, we have property called from the React Native called dimension dot get, and you can get the width of the screen and window. Okay, here I will say width, and if I save this one, now it will be a full screen. Okay, let me check why it's not showing full screen. Maybe because of height. Let's give the height as well. So dimension dot get, here we'll say window dot height, and save it. And for this resize mode, I'm gonna update to cover, so it will be a full screen. See, okay. Another thing I want to update, that the height, because right now the height is taking from this top to the bottom, including this the bottom tab as well. Okay, so what we can do, remove the height from here. Okay, and then we can add that height over here, and inside this we can define the height. So we can calculate the height on our own way. So here first what we can do, we can calculate the height of this tab. So in order to calculate the height of the tab, here we'll say constant height of, or bottom tab height, we'll say bottom tab height is equal to use bottom tab bar height. See, this is the method, and from this one we will get the height, and then we can rate we can say screen height is equal to the dimension dot get the window dot height, sorry, in outside of this one dot height, and then we'll minus this bottom tab height. So we'll say minus bottom tab height. Okay, and then we will use the screen height to define in as a height. So height, and we'll say screen height. Okay, and I think that's look good. Let's save this one, and if you see, now I think that's perfectly fine. Okay, so right now if you see, we only have one video, we don't have a multiple video. Okay, because only selected video we are playing right now. If I go back, you will see, if I select this video, it will play only this video. Okay, now the next thing, we want to add couple of things on this particular, on the top of this video. The first is the back button. So over here only we can add the back button. So we'll say, or instead of this, let's add inside this play video list. So here we'll say view, or this need to be touchable opacity, and inside that I want to add a back button. So we can get it from this icon Expo. We'll say back, just filter this out and use this any icon, or let's use another one. It's similar or what, I don't know. Let's copy this component first, and sorry, the import statement, and then copy this component and then paste it here. Let's save this one. Now this back button is showing on the top. Obviously you need to make this as position to be absolute, and then give Z index, so it will come out. So I will give 10, we get 20, I don't know, and let's give some padding to 20. Wow, I don't know where it gone. I think let's give some style over here as well, and we'll set the Z index as a -1. And now if you see, we have this back button. let's do margin top to 50, so it will come little down. Perfect. Now on the click of this one we want to go back, right? So let's add a navigation. First let's define the navigation is equal to use navigation, and then for this icon we can add on press event, and we'll simply add navigation dot go back. Let's save this one. Now obviously if I click on this button it will go back to the screen. Perfect, right? Now next let's go to this particular screen. Over here on this screen now we want to add the user's profile image along with the user name. So that we will add on the video playlist only. So over here first let's define the view, and inside the view again I will define one more view, and inside that let's add an image source, and inside the source we will add the URI. Here we will get the user information using video dot users dot the profile image. Okay, and obviously we need to use width and height, so we'll give the style, we'll say width of let's say 30 and height of 30. Let's save this one. Let's add more, maybe let's say 40 and 40. So right now as I say, right, the profile image is not showing on the emulator. I don't know the reason, but on actual device it's showing, right? So for now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna add background color to colors dot white, and then we'll make rounded to be full. Okay, so rounded, okay, let me sorry, it's a border radius. Actually I was typing like a tailwind CSS. Anyway, and then for this particular view we'll make the position as an absolute, because we want that on the top, right? So absolute, we'll change the Z index to 10, and also we want at the bottom, so we'll add a bottom to maybe let's say 20, and then save it like something like this. See, and on obviously we want the little bit on the right, we will give some margin from the left, so here we can add a padding of 20. Perfect. Now for after this image we want to show the user name, so let's add text, and inside that we'll show the video dot users dot username. Okay, let's add a first name only for now, and here I'm gonna add a style. Here we'll say font family outfit, then color with colors dot white, and then we want to bring everything in one line. Also we'll change the size, so here we'll say font size to maybe let's say 16, and let's bring everything in one line. So for this view I'm gonna add a style, we'll say display as a flex, then flex direction we'll add as a row, we'll make align item to be in the center, and then we'll do gap 10. Perfect. See, after this one we want to add a description, so I will copy this similar text, and then after this view I'm gonna add that one, and here we'll just say video dot description. See, like this. So let's give some margin from the top, so here we'll just say margin top to 7. Okay, now next this is just simple description. Obviously I did not add the complete description when I uploaded video. Now on the right hand side we want to show the heart icon for the like button, the comment section, and then share. So let me wrap this in one view, so I will wrap this in one view, something like this. Okay, and outside of view I'm gonna add one more view to define that buttons. Okay, So here we can define buttons, the 3 button we want to show. So let's get that one from the Ioni icon. So here we'll say heart first. We want the blank, the outline one only. So copy this import statement, and then also copy this component, make sure you copy Ioni icon. Yeah, that's correct. And then another icon we want to add is for the share, not share but chart comment, right? So just type chart. Here you will find something like this. I will copy this one. So copy this icon, and then last I want for the share. So simply here I'm gonna add plain something like this. Yeah, this one I will use, and then save it. So you will see on the right, on the this black color, obviously we want that in on the right hand side, and we want to change color. So here just type white, white and white. Okay, perfect. And obviously we want that on the right hand side. So for this view you can add a style. Again, make it display as a flex direction to be row, and then am I doing correctly? Yeah, I think so. Not really. We don't want over here actually. Let me remove this one, and we want to give to this parent view. So here now we'll add the display as a flex direction as a row. If I save this one, now that's correct, and we want on this icon on the right hand side. So here we'll say justify content to be space between, and as we use absolute, then we need to give a width to be 100%. See, and for these icons obviously we need to change the size to, let's say, 35. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, so change everywhere to 35. Okay, and then I'm gonna give margin. Here we'll just say style display as a flex, and then let's give gap of 20. Let's say 10 only. Okay, and then we want this particular left side section on the bottom side. So to this view I will just simply mark it as a item, align item. We'll say flex end, maybe. Yeah, boom, see. And then on the right hand side you have that beautiful icons as well. Let's say 15. Okay, I feel the heart is a little smaller. Let's make it 40. Yeah, now I think that's good. Okay, and this is how you can create the basic video UI to play it, right? And with the all the components with this username, description and the buttons. Now next thing what we need to do, we need to get the remaining video as well, right? So what we can do, similar like the method that we call, right, to get the video list, similar method we can call it. For now I will just copy this method to get the latest video. So copy this method and then just use it inside the play video list. Okay, obviously we will add this loading. So let's say constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state. And for now I will not add the load count. Let's say 0 over here. Okay, and everything look good to me for now. Now obviously we have the video list and we already add the item, and then on the top of that, after that it will add the remaining item as well. Okay, now we'll call this get latest video method after setting the first video list. Let's save this one and then test this out. So we have one error, but we'll check it out. I don't know why. Oh, I think we need to import the Supabase over here and then save this one. Still we have one error. Let's see what's that error. So it's saying the range. Oh, so the range need to be incorrect. Let's save it. And that I'm mirroring my iPhone screen because on emulator is very heavy load to load all the video. and I don't have that much memory to run the all of this thing on the Android emulator, so I directly connected my iPhone to the MacBook. So now if you see, if I scroll down, right, see I'm getting the next video as well, right? But this is not the one way that we want, right? See, it's playing all the video and not showing the video correctly, right? So for that one we need to add one more property to the flat list, which call uh, paging enable. Okay, and if I save this one now, you will see the change. See, if I move like this, right, it will change immediately. See, correct? So you don't need to means, even though you try to run two video at a time, it will drag you to the current video. Okay, so this is now perfectly working fine as we expected. Now next very important thing, when I try to scroll to the next video, right, we have to make sure the existing video, means the previous old video, we have to make sure that it will stop or pause, and then the only current video will play, right? So in this case, if you see this video is playing, right, but as soon as I go in above video, I have to make sure that previous video, means the last video, is getting paused. So for that one, to this flat list we have to add one property called on scroll, and this will return an event, right? In that one, if you see, we have the event, and simply we're gonna add some logic. So we'll get the index, okay, and this index we will calculate using the, and then here we need to calculate event dot native native event dot content offset dot y slash, then we need to calculate window height. So we will get this height of this window, so maybe we can create a constant to save that height. We'll say window height is equal to dimension dot get, we'll say window dot height, and this window height we can directly use it here inside our logic. So window height minus bottom, I don't know whether we got the bottom height or not, so I think we use it here, same thing. I will copy and paste it here to get the tab height or the bottom tab height. Okay, so let's copy this one and paste it here. Okay, and obviously I will wrap this, and we'll make sure we'll add a math dot round, so it will round to the nearest number, and then we will set the current index value. Okay, so that will need, because we want to pause the old video and we'll only play the current video. So for that one, let's simply define one state. So we'll define one state here. We'll say current video index, and here set current video index. And now if I go here, we'll say set current video index will be the index. Oops. Like this. Okay, and then to the video component, right? So inside this video component we will pass that current video index. So here we'll say active index is equal to current video index, and inside this we'll get active index. Now whenever the active index is the matches with the given index, then only we gonna pause the, or means we can play the video, and otherwise we will pause the video. So here we got one error that use bottom tab bar height. So let's go here, make sure to import this and save this one. And along with one more important thing we need to pass, because we are using this component, right? We have to send the index value as an index, and make sure to accept it here as a index. Let's save at the both the component, and then as I say, inside this video component we will only play the video once this active index is matches with the index. Let's save this one and let's test this out. For example, if I open any video, now if you see, if I open this video, right, this video is playing. But if I open, let's open this video, if you see, the above video is getting paused immediately, and now only this video is playing. And same way, see, you can see it here, right, the previous video is paused, only the current video is playing. Okay, and it will at this threshold, see, it getting paused and the new video or the current video is getting played. And that's how you can manage to play the current video and pause the all other video which is not the active one. So guys, that's how you can implement this particular feature. This is similar like the TikTok, okay, only that now you can add the functionality like add the like button, the comment, or to share this particular video with your friends. That we'll do in the next chapter. Now in this section, we're gonna implement the like functionality for the given video. So for example, let's say user want to like the post, okay. Obviously before like, we will check that that particular post is already liked by that particular user or not. If that particular video is not liked by that user, then obviously we will add a like we will say, okay, like this particular video, and in that time we're gonna insert a new record to our database. But if user is already liked to this video, right, then we will dislike that post, means we will remove that like icon as well, and then we'll make sure that we'll delete the record from the database. Okay, so let's go to the database, and here we're gonna create a new table. We'll create a new table. Here we're gonna give name, so let's say video likes. Here we'll keep the description as it is. Inside this column we're gonna add a new column called post ID reference. Obviously we will refer it to our post, and then we're gonna add the user email, okay, who liked the particular post. So over here I will be add varchar, and inside the foreign key we're gonna refer this post ID to the user post list ID. So here select the post list, and from here we want to refer post ID reference to the ID of the given post, and then click save. Basically we connected these two table, okay, one the one which we created along with the post list. Now obviously if you try to insert any record from here, you will see you can select the record from the post list. Perfect. Now our video likes table is get created. Now in this table we're gonna store the video, user who liked that particular post, right, along with the user ID, user email and the post ID. Now let's go back to our application, and over here we have this button called heart outline, where we want to add that functionality, right. So first wrap this touchable opaque inside touch. We'll add in touch. We'll wrap it inside the touchable highlight, and let's add this icon inside this one. Okay, first thing, let's add on press event, and here we'll say we'll simply say user like handler. Okay, for this one I'm gonna add item for which contain the all the post in or video information, and after that I'm gonna add whether user like or not. So if user is like means true, and if user is not like means false. So I will make it false for now, because this is outline, means user is not like. And I will create a new method. So inside here we'll create a new method called constant user like handler. So better, instead of creating here, okay, I will not create over here, I will create back to the parent child. Okay, so user like handler like this, and let's save this one, and let's go to this post video list. Here we will accept it, and then inside this particular component I will add that particular method. Obviously it's taking two arguments. One is the item, or we'll say video post, and the second is whether is like or dislike, right. Obviously if it's true it means it's not like, and if it's false it means it's already like. Oh, I think vice versa. Yeah. Now if here I will say is like. Okay, if it's false, then it means user is not like the post, and then I'm gonna add a new record inside the database. So here I will say constant data comma error is equal to await Supabase dot from. So obviously inside the video likes, let me bring this down, then it's a insert functionality. Now inside this one we need to add the value for the two column. Now if I go to the API docs, it will be little easy. So if you see, obviously one column and the two column, okay, and make sure it is inside the square bracket. So this need to be wrapped inside the square bracket, and inside that the first column name which we want to add, let me bring this back again, is the let me bring this name, post ID reference. Okay, and now post ID reference we can get it from the video post dot id. Okay, and then after that we also want to save the user email, right? So user email is equal to user, I don't know, okay, we don't have user information, then let's get it. So constant user is equal to user, and then we'll just simply say user dot primary email address dot email address. As we are using await, so make this function as asynchronized, and I think everything is look good. Okay, now as soon as I like this video, I have to make sure I will refresh this video list. Okay, so here I will say get latest video list, because we need to get the latest things, means latest update from the database as soon as there is some change. Now let's save this one and let's go back to our application. So, and if I, for example, let's say if I like this video, okay, so I will like this video over here, and now we got error that item does not exist. So let me see where okay, so let's go here, and the error we have on this touchable opacity, right? So this is not item, this is a video actually, because we are passing video everywhere, right? So let's save it and let's test this out again. So let's like this one, so everything is look good, I don't see any error. But let's go to this video list and just check whether we have the record. So right now I don't see any record. Okay, so inside the console we'll see if there is any error. So it's saying property item does not exist, that's the old one, that's perfectly fine. So let's go to post video list, and inside here I will just console if there is any error. Okay, and we also console the data if the data is correct, and just to make sure it's video likes, that's correct. Let's save it and try it again. Now we will get to know whether we have any error or not. So I like it couple of the times, I don't know what's the issue. So let's say, oh okay, so here is like let me check. So we make this is like false, so this need to be a opposite, so that's the reason it's not going to the if block. Okay, now I save this one, and now let's say if you like this, wow, we got error, but what it's saying, let's see, and that's a different error actually. Okay, let's see in the database also, we don't see any activity. Okay, so just now I realized that here if you see the name is incorrect, so here I need to replace with a small I. Okay, I added the capital I, that's the reason it was not working. And let's test this out. So here I'm gonna say like this video. If I go here, oh, still it's not working, but let's say if there is error, and if you see we have error, the message is new. Okay, so it's saying the new violation of the security policy, because we did not added any security policy, the one which we added for these two. So add RLS policy over here, create a new policy, create all. Here you can give policy name, say allow public, and here I will make it true and save this policy. Okay, now hopefully it will work. So let's like the video. So let me go back and I will like this video. If I go here, if you see, now its record get added now along with the post ID and the user who liked this particular video. Okay, so make sure to add that one. Also, I just wrote the dot select, so you will get the update value, and make sure to get the latest video list as well. So if I go back to let me get this. So if I like this video, okay, obviously it's getting like, and we got the updated data, but we are not updating on the screen yet. Okay, but now what you need to do, let's get this down, and inside the get latest video, right, we are fetching the information, correct? Now along with that one, we also need to fetch information from this video likes, right? Means from this one we need to get the information. So here I will just write video likes, and from here I will get the post ID reference, comma, user email. Okay, now if I save this one and let's go back, let me go back to our application first, and here I will open it. So if I open this video, for example, right, I don't know why it's not showing console, but that's fine. Now when we have the, okay, we did not have console here, that's the reason it was not showing. So here we'll say data. Now let's see, for example, in this video, if you see, we have the data, and now inside this data we also have this video likes field. See, okay, now inside the video likes, obviously is a list of all the objects, right? Means whatever the records we have, it will show. Now what need to do, the thing is, we need to show the likes over here, right? So we create a new method, we'll say check is user already like. Okay, now this method will check if user already like that particular video or not, and it will take a video post as the information. Now this method we need to call on this play video item list, okay, where we added the button. So if I go here, this is where we added the button. Here I'm gonna simply add a condition like this, and here I will pass the video, each video obviously. So if the video is already like, we're gonna show a different icon, okay, otherwise we'll show this empty icon. Okay, so this is the simple ternary operator I added. So let me format this one for you. Now here I'm checking is user is already like this post or not. If user already post, I will show the heart with the field one, otherwise I will show the outline one, which is the current one. And this method I'm gonna pass back to the parent component. So over here I will pass it. Let's save this one, let's save this method as well. Now both the method I saved. Now inside this check is user already like, we're gonna write our logic, but just to make sure that we don't have any error. So right now if you see, we have the error is not function. Okay, so let me go here. So this is the method, right, that we wrote it. Oh, one more thing we can do, instead of implementing this method over here, let me remove from here, and I don't know where we'd add this one. Well, we never add in this component. Wow. Okay, that's fine. Let's add it here. Let's save it and make sure that we don't have any error. Okay, let's remove from here as well, and that's look good to me now. Okay, now in this one we will check, we don't need this video port because we already have this video component, right, and that will be, I think, good enough. So no need to pass over here. Now simply this method will check is user already like the post or not. Okay, so for that one I'm going to write a method. So we'll say constant result is equal to video dot video, the capital video likes Okay, so in that one we will find if that user is already there or not. So here we'll say element, or we'll say item only. Item has item dot user email is matches with the user. We need to get user information in this component, so let's get that one constant, or we can pass it from the previous because we already have, right? So here I'm gonna pass the user information as well, and here we'll accept it here as a user. And over here, if user has primary email, let me copy it. So this complete statement I will copy and I will paste it here. Okay, so simply we are checking if user email is matching with the login user ID. It means obviously we'll get the result. It means that user is already like this post, and then we will return the result. Okay, let's save this one and this, both the component, and make sure in the database we have this post which is already like. That's good. Let me go back once and let's check everything is fine. That's good. So this will return some true or false value, or maybe some value. Okay, if there is some value it will show this one, otherwise it will show this particular icon. Now let's test this out. Okay, so I will open any of this video. Okay, and if you see, now it's showing this like button. Okay, now if I like this video, see, it immediately changed and it's showing the like button as well. If I go back and come here, it will still persist that like button. Okay, if you like this one, it will show this like button. Okay, so this is how you can check user is already like or not, and then you can dislike it. Obviously dislike functionality we did not add it. It means to delete the record. So let's add that dislike functionality. So over here, if you see, we have this user like handler, right? Now user is press on this heart which is already like. Here we'll make it as a true, and then inside the play video list, where if you see we have the condition, if user is like, then insert the record. If user is dislike, then we will remove the record. Okay, so in order to delete the record from this video list, go to the API docs, go to the delete rows, and here you can copy this example. Oh sorry, this one, this is the delete one, right? So copy this one and then paste it here. Obviously here you need to write a condition, okay, on the two things, because this is important, right? One is the user, not user but post ID reference, and here we need to add the video ID. Okay, so in this case is video post dot id. So video post dot id, and other, because we need to add condition on two what is it, two column, right? The users email as well, right? So here we'll say user email comma user dot primary email address dot email address, and that's all. And obviously here as well we will update our video list. So here I will say get latest video. Let's save this one and then test this out. So right now if you see, this video is already like. If I click on this one, see, it dislike. If you see, this video is already like. If I click on it, it will say dislike. Okay, so that's how you can add like dislike functionality. Now the next and very important thing is to display the count, how many likes have for this video. Okay, so for that one, let's go to video list. Over here, if you see, right now we did not added that count, but I will add a text over here. For example, let's say 34, and that is in a black color, I think. Let's change the color. So style, we'll say color dot colors dot white. Now it will display, and let me bring this everything in one line. So not like this, but I will put this in one tag only. Okay, and here I will add text align. I don't know whether it will work or not. Yeah, that's work. And we give the gap, let's say margin top to -10. Oh, sorry, -10. I think that's good. Let's say 15. Perfect. Now this is the count. It's showing the how many likes that I have, right? So obviously right now I hard coded this value. Now here we'll change this value and simply we're gonna add the length of that video likes list. So here we'll say length. Okay, and then save it, and boom, right now if you see only one 0, right? If I click on this one, you'll see 1 like. Okay, here if you already have 1 like, if I dislike it, it will show 0 like. Perfect, right? So that is how you can add. Now obviously on this home screen, obviously we have hard coded value. See right now there as well you can add this same length to show the likes, right? So let's go to the home screen, and inside the home screen we have this video thumbnail where we are showing the like count, right? So over here if you see we have this 36 as a hard coded. Here I'm going to replace it with the video likes length. Now interesting thing here, obviously we need to make sure that when we fetch the data inside the home screen, right, where we have this method called get latest video, here we need to add, let me save this first. Here we need to add to fetch the information, the one which we added like in play video list. So let me show you the one. So this one, right? So video likes, and this we need to add so that it will fetch the video likes tables information as well. So let's go to the home screen and comma, and then we add this one, and let's save it. And once we save it, let me do everything is correct. And if you see we have these likes. See now this is the old data, that's why it's not showing, but here you will see it has a like and all. Okay, so that's how you can guys add like and dislike functionality. So guys, that's all for this particular section. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now in this section we are going to implement the profile page. So once user go to this profile page, right, we are going to show the user's profile pic along with the name of the user or username, and how many posts he posted, also how many total likes overall to his post, okay, including all the posts. So all of these details we're going to show, and obviously the post which belong to that particular user, and obviously we're going to give option to delete that post as well. Okay, so let's go back to our application and go to profile screen. So inside the screen folder we already have the profile screen. So right now the upper part, for the upper part means the profile image and the name, we're gonna create a new component inside that. So we will call it as a profile intro.jsx, and we'll add a default template. Let's save this one and make sure to import that template over here, profile intro, like this. Now inside the profile inside the profile screen, first thing, let's give some margin, or we'll give padding to 20, and padding top I will give 25. Now inside the profile intro over here we'll add a text, and we already have text. We'll say just profile. Here I will say style margin top to 30. Oh, this is not the correct way. Margin top to 30, and let's give some style to this text as well. So font family I will say outfit bold, font size will go 24. Perfect. Now after this one, let's display the image. So I will define a view. Inside the view, let's define the image, the source, and obviously we'll get it from the users from the use user hook. So let's define that constant user is equal to user. So from this one we'll get the user information like user dot image UI. Now let's give width and height. So style will give width of 50, height of 50, and then we'll round it. So we'll add a border radius to be 99. Here I will change to 70. Perfect. And now we want it in the middle, right? So for this we can add item, align item to be in the center. Let's see how it looks, and let's give margin top to 20. Perfect. Now after this one we want to show the user's name. I'm gonna again change this size to 90. I want a little bigger, okay? And then I'm gonna show the user's name below this image. So here let's say image, the text, and here we want to show the user's name. So user dot primary dot full name, something like this, okay? Let's add style, font size of 25, let's say 20 for now, or 22. So font family, we want font to be bold. Let's say outfit medium. Perfect. And after this we want to show users email. So let's add the same one. Just here I will say outfit, text I will add 17, and here I will say primary email address dot email address. Perfect. Color I will little bit change, so we'll get it from the colors dot, make sure to import the color. We imported from the incorrect, so we'll add it color. Okay, let's import the color. I don't know why it's not giving suggestion, but let's import it. Colors from util / colors, and here now we can access background transparent, little lighter. So let's go to profile. Yeah, something like this. Perfect. Now on the left hand side and right hand side we want to show the total count, right? So for that one, after this view I'm again going to define one view. Inside this view let's define one more view, and here I'm gonna add a text. We'll say for example 12 post, and another, obviously I'm going to give style to this one. So add a style, font family, outfit bold. I don't know why it's not system. What outfit? Yeah, incorrect. Yeah, now that's correct. Also we'll change the font size to 20, and for this view, or maybe for this view, let's add a style. We'll add a padding of 20. Okay, and for this parent style we'll add a margin top to 20. Perfect. Now on the right hand side I will copy this view again over here, and here I will say for example something likes, okay, and save it. Now obviously we want this in one line, so for this view we'll make it display as a flex, then we'll make flex direction as a row, and then we'll make justify content space between. Okay, so it'll be on the right hand side, see, like this. Now if you think you want to add some kind of icon, that also you can post it. So let's do that. So I will find icons over here. We'll say for example video. I will filter this icon with the ionic icon. I want to see whether we have, okay, we'll use this video cam, or we'll say movie for example. I don't know which one is good. Let's say movie. And this is that there are a lot of different icons, but let's say camera only, and we'll find the ionic icon. Here we'll say video only, that's really good. So we'll use this video cam. Let's import this first statement, and then import this component. So this component now I'm going to use before this text, and it will look like this. Okay, now for this view, just say text, not text align, but align items to be in the center. So it will be in the center. Same thing, we're gonna do it for this one. So just search for the like and the heart icon, and I will use this heart icon. So copy this one and paste it below this view, and here again I will make align item to be in the center. Perfect, like this. See, okay. So this is how you can show. Obviously this value right now we hard coded, right? So let's get the value. So obviously we want to fetch the data from the Supabase. Okay, so in this case we need to fetch the user post list and the video likes as well, depends on the condition. So there are some logic we need to return. First, let's define the constant. We'll say get user post, we'll say post, okay, that's fine. And here we'll say constant data comma error is equal to use await Supabase. Again we need to install we need to add the import again, import Supabase from, and then we need to give the path util slash Supabase config, and then Supabase, here we'll say dot from, let me bring this down, and here we need to say the table name, which is the users. Okay, dot select. Now in this case we need to select the obviously all the from the users, but we also want to get data from the post list and then from the video likes as well. Or there is another way we can do. Obviously we want the post list belong to that particular user, and we already attached this email reference to this one, right? So even though if you don't go to the users, that's also fine. We can get only post list and video likes. So let's do that only. So here I will just say post list, make this as a async first, and then obviously I want to fetch all the information, and that's all. Okay, if you think obviously you can go to this API doc, and in order to read the doc data, you can just fetch it like this. And if you see, if you want to fetch all, you have a condition, right? And then you can add the equal to sign means to filter option like this. Also, as I say, you can connect the reference table, okay, but we will connect in a moment. But for now we'll say select, and obviously we need to add the equal sign, means we need to filter this out. It's like a where condition, and we want to filter on, let me go back, let me open this one. We need to filter back the email reference. Okay, so just type email reference and only post which is belong to that user. So users dot, okay, we don't have user over here, let's define it. Constant user is equal to use user. Okay, and now here we'll get primary email address dot email address. Perfect. Now let's console, and I want to show the data. Now here I will just console data dot length, because I want to show the length for now. And here inside the use effect we will call this get user post method. So whenever the user is available, right, when we have this user information, then only we will execute this get user post method. So get user post. Okay, perfect. And let's save this one, and let's see inside the console. Let's go to the bottom. If you see, we have the result called 11. Perfect. Now let's save this in one state, or you can directly pass it, because we have the data, right? We'll save in this data in one state first. We'll say constant, we'll say post list comma set post list is equal to use state, and then over here we'll simply set the post list. data. Okay, now we have the post list, and then inside the portfolio intro we can set uh, post list length, or you can set the post list as well, like this, all the post list as it is. And inside the profile intro I will accept it here as a post list. Okay, and let me go down. So here we hard coded this post list number right over here. We'll just simply show post list dot length, ngth length, and boom, now if I show you this, see, it's showing now 11 posts. Okay, so this is how you can display it. Now for the likes as well, we need to write some logic for that one. Okay, before that, inside the profile screen, we already fetching the all the information from the post list. Along with that one, we have to make sure the all the likes, okay, which we are getting, we need to fetch that one as well. So here we just write video likes. Okay, and inside the bracket we need to give the column which you want to post. So in this case I will say post id reference and user email. So here we'll say post id reference comma user email, something like this. Okay, now obviously let me console the data. So console.log, here we'll say data, and let me show you the result. So right now if you see, we have the result, and inside that if you see, we have the video likes as well. Okay, now we need to iterate this for each loop. Okay, so already we are sending that data to profile intro. Here we want to write the logic. He will say constant calculate total likes. So this will include all the likes for the all the post. Okay, because that number we want to show over here. Now here we have the post list dot, we'll say post list dot, let's say for each, oh, not like this. So for each element. Okay, obviously we are just using the for each loop, and we will iterate this each element from the post list, and I just want to console the element dot video likes. Okay, just to make sure that it's getting printed. Obviously you can print the length only, so ngth length, and this calculate total likes I'm gonna call over here inside the use effect. Okay, and obviously I'm gonna call whenever this post list is available. So I will add the post list over here and the condition like this. Now if I go at the bottom, you will see it's for each of these, because we have 11 posts, and for each post you will see the length, how many likes are there, right? In short, because here we only are storing the number of likes, means not number of likes, but how many users like that particular post. For example, let me show you, this is the post reference id, right? And obviously if there is 18 3-4 times, it means 2-3 people like this particular post which belong to post id 18, like that. Okay, so that's how we are calculating, because inside this video likes we are just adding the record for each like, correct? Now we have the length. Here I'm defined constant total likes. Okay, not total likes, yeah, but we'll say total likes is equal to 0, and over here we'll say total likes is equal to total likes plus the length, like this. Okay, and then at the last I'm gonna define one state over here, constant. Here we'll say total profile or video or post likes comma set total post likes is equal to use state. Okay, and obviously initially I will define it as a 0, and when we have the total post like, here we'll set the total post like with the these particular likes, total likes. Okay, let's save this one. And now, okay, so this is a constant, let's make it later. And now at the bottom here we define this like, right here we'll just simply display total post likes. Okay, now obviously if I go to profile, right now we have only 4 likes. That's correct, because if you see I have this this is the user email and there are only 4 record, that means 4 likes. Perfect, right? If I obviously we don't update the push to refresh kind of thing on the profile, so it will not get update until unless you just refresh everything. But yeah, that's fine. This is how you can add the or calculate the total likes on your post along with the number of posts. Next thing we need to implement is the user's post, right? So I'm gonna create a new component for that one. So inside the profile I will create a new component. Here I will say user post list.jsx. Add the default template. Let's save this one, and inside the profile screen after the profile intro I will add that user post list component. Okay, see, now obviously for this user profile list component I am going to pass this post list. So here I will pass the post list as a post list, and let's go to the user profile list. Over here I will accept it as a post list and save it. Now if you remember on the home screen, right, we implemented this particular flat list, right? Similar kind of way we're gonna do it over here as well. Now in order to display the user post list similar like this one, right, we're gonna use this existing component obviously, but before that we'll use the flat list. So from the home screen, if you remember, right, we have this flat list. Copy this flat list as it is. I will paste it here. Obviously we have already have view, so I will remove the one view, and make sure to import this flat list from the React Native. Then inside the video list, obviously I will replace this with the post list because we are calling post list now. On refresh right now I will remove this one. Loading also, okay, on refresh we can keep it, okay, and we'll pass back to the previous screen. Loading, I don't know, but let's pass the loading as well. Not pass, but it will get from the previous screen. On end I will remove this for now, and make sure to import this video thumbnail item as well. Okay, now as we are using this get latest video list and loading, here I will go back to the profile screen, and over here I will add this get latest video list, and we'll call this get user post method. And again for a loading I will add the loading. Obviously I need to define the loading state is equal to use state, and initially I will keep it as a false. Now obviously when we are loading the data here inside the get user post, we'll set the loading as a true. Once we have the data, we'll set the loading as a false, and obviously inside here, and then here set the post list as a data over here. Obviously we'll remove it from this, and even though if we have the error, I will also make the set set loading as a false. Okay, now this loading obviously we are passing to this one. Now let's save everything, and let's go to get user post. Here we have the post list, and now if you see, as when I save, because I did not save this particular component, but now it works. And now if you see, we have the list of posts. Now over here if I open any of this particular post, right, it will give you the error, right, that it's saying that profile image is undefined, right? That's because we are never fetch the user's information. So inside this get user post over here, after this one we'll say get the user's informations, okay, and we want all the user information, so I write users and inside start. Let's save it. Let's go to profile, and if I open any of this post, you will see the post is running now. Okay, so that's how it works. Now obviously all the post is belong to you belong to your profile only. Now the next thing we need to do is to we need to order this. Okay, so let's say order I need to check the syntax. So if I go to this API docs and let's say filtering, I don't know whether it's a filtering or what. Maybe in the read rows we have the order by. I'm not exact sure how the syntax will be. So here, because we already used just now, I remember. So here order by ID and ascending I will make it false. So descend, obviously descending will come first, and if you see now, this is how it will look like. Okay, perfect. Now one more thing here, if you see, right, I'm just able to scroll the bottom part and not the complete screen, correct? So in order to do that, what we can do, we can wrap everything inside the flat list. So let's say flat list. Inside that flat list, obviously we don't have data. Okay, let's define data, and inside that data I will define ID as a 1. Okay, because we only want the flat list to be iterated only once. Now inside the render item, here we define the item comma index, and over here the arrow function, and inside that let's define a view. Okay, and inside this view I'm gonna keep this 2 component like this, and then save it, and boom, see, nothing get changed now. But only thing is, now you can scroll complete screen. See, now if you see on the right hand side we have this horizontal scroll, so you can hide this horizontal scroll, sorry, the vertical scroll indicator, and make this as a false. And now if you see, we don't have that scroll, but you can now even scroll this one. If I open any of this video, you will see the video is playing now. Okay, perfect. So this is how, guys, you can add your profile screen, everything. And if you see, you will see the likes that you already did, right, is already there. If I unlike this one, you will see the likes and unlike. See, okay, so that's how you can manage the profile screen information. Now in order to add delete functionality, right, let's go to this user, not user post list, but let's go to this video thumbnail. Okay, where we added this particular thumbnail, right? So whatever you see on the screen, which we show as an image, the like button, the like count and all, correct? So obviously we're gonna add the delete button over here. So on the view, I don't know whether we can, I don't know how can we show it, but or we can show it over here as well, but it's better to show it on the top. So let's go here and add that button. So let me check where it is. Okay, so maybe after the touchable opacity I will add a view. Inside that I want to add the delete button icon. So let's say from the icons I will get the delete icon, or we'll say trash icon. Let's filter it out with the any icon. Let's say trash. Okay, and I will copy this component. I think we already have the component, so we don't need, just you will use this component like this. Okay, and then save it. Now obviously if you see, the delete icon is showing like this, right? Now maybe below that we can add the delete button, or on the top as well you can add it. So let's give a style. Here we'll say position to be absolute. Okay, and obviously I'm going to make z index to be 10, and I want on the right hand side, so we'll make right to 0. We'll add a padding of 10, and this is how it looks. See, color I'm going to change this to white. Okay, so if you see, now we have the that delete option, but this delete option everywhere, right? Means anyone can delete it. So what we can do, we can give the delete option to the user who is that particular post is belong to, correct? So here to this video thumbnail item, right, which we are getting from, or directly we can use this constant user is equal to use user. Okay, and here I can write the condition, if user dot primary email address dot email address is matches with the user, sorry, not user but video dot email, right? If that is matches, then only we're gonna show this view. We can directly write and operator like this, end this. If I save this one, let's go to profile screen. I think we are in profile screen. Maybe this is not correct one. Let me check how we get the username. So here we have video, inside that we have users. Okay, perfect. So inside video we have the users, and that then we have the email. If you see, now it's showing. Okay, now now on the click of this one, we need to add the functionality so that user can delete that one. Okay, so let's go here and we need to add. But before that, if you remember, if you realize that this touchable opacity is applicable to all. Okay, so that we need to fix obviously. And let me bring this down, because if I click on anywhere, right, it's opening and it's navigating to video playlist. So the question is, how can we do that? Let me think little bit. So maybe we can do one thing. We can copy this touchable opacity and we can add it over here. Okay, hopefully this will work, and then I will wrap it maybe after this, and then I will change this to view, and this one as well to view, and let's make sense. I don't know, I think that's good now. Okay, only for this flex I will remove this margin. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, I think that's good. Now only here if I click, it works. Okay, and okay, let's go here, and for the delete, obviously you see it's not working, right? That's perfectly fine now. And now for this view, I'm going to change this touchable opacity, and obviously over here, and then here I will add on press event. We'll say on delete handler. Okay, and here I'm going to pass video. Perfect. Now here I'm going to write a method on delete handler. Now in order to write this, right, obviously before deleting I want to show the confirmation message that do you really want to delete, right? So for that one we want to use Expo alert. If you type Expo alert like this, right, it will give you the example that how to use this. See the alert, then you have the alert message, and inside that you can define your buttons. Okay, so let's copy this example, or maybe let's type directly. So alert from the React Native dot alert, inside that you have to write message, the title, do you want to delete. Okay, here we can see message, do you really want to delete this video. Okay, then after this we're gonna add two buttons. One, if you see the syntax, right, inside this square bracket we need to define two buttons, right? One text on press and style, and text and or whatever the on press event you want to add. Okay, similar way we can do it. So here we'll say text as cancel, style I'm gonna add cancel, and on press I don't want to do, but you can add the on press event just to console it. Okay, so you will say cancel. I think we let me check once the console. Oh, okay, so here to define like this. Okay, and then the second button with the text, do you want to delete? Obviously we'll say yes. The style I will keep it as a default, or make it destructive. Let's say destructive how it looks. And then on press, here we can make method to delete it, and here we'll say delete post video. Okay, and here obviously I will pass video, so we'll accept the video from here. Perfect. We don't need this one. Now we need to write this delete post video method. So here you can write constant delete post video method, and here we're gonna write logic. So right now we'll just console delete. Okay, let's save this one and let's take this out all together. So if I click delete, see it asking, do you really want to delete it? If say yes, you will say in the console. So let's say in the console, see delete. Perfect. Now inside this delete, we're gonna write a method. So let's go here, and here we write constant, or just go to the Supabase to get the documentation. So from the video like we want to delete, not video like, from the post list we want to delete. So go to the API doc, here you will say delete rows. This is the simple example, right? So copy this one and then paste it here. Okay, we use async, make it this, we use await, so make it this as async. Make sure to import this Supabase, and obviously here we need to pass id from the video dot id, and here we need to accept it as so video. Perfect. Okay, but remember, there is one more thing, right? If you are deleting this, right, this particular post list id is we refer to the video likes, correct? So we have to make sure first we'll delete all the video likes and then we'll delete the post list. So let's go to this video likes as well. Go to the API docs, go to the delete rows, copy this, and then I'll paste it here. Okay, so error, if you don't want error, you can just remove this from here. And here as well, I will write post id reference, and then here we'll say video dot id only. So from first we'll delete all the likes from the post id reference, and then we'll delete the actual post id record. And obviously first this will execute and then this will execute, because we are asynchronously calling this particular method. Okay, that's the reason we use await and all. Now let's save it. Also here we'll need to add Android toast message. So we'll say toast Android dot show, we'll say post deleted, and then here we'll say toast Android toast dot short. Okay, and as soon as we delete the post, okay, we have to call refresh data, something like that, right? So we'll say refresh data, we'll call this method back over here, right? So refresh data, so inside the video thumbnail, wherever we use the video thumbnail, right? For example, we use it over here, play video, not play, but home screen I think we use, right? So we need to call it here, but we call it just will console this one, okay, because we don't want to print anything, because right now we are not deleting anything from here. But if I go to this profile user post list over here, we need to add that one. So refresh data, and inside the refresh data we will call get latest video list as a updated data. Okay, little confusion. If you think it's little confusion to understand, you can access my source code anytime. Okay, now let's say if you want to delete this video, and we'll say yes. Okay, now if you see it's deleted immediately. Now I'm using the iOS means iPhone, that's the reason the toast Android will not work in this one. Toast Android will only work on the Android device. But if you see that particular post get deleted, and immediately our data is also get refreshed. But obviously we are asking before deleting, do you want to delete or not? Let's say cancel, and if you see it's not get deleted. As soon as, not only that, but this post count and the likes count also get updated immediately. If you see right now, if you want to delete this post, say delete, and now this, obviously the two posts I have duplicated, but now if you see we have the only one post remaining. Okay, and if you see the post count also get changed. So that's how guys you can update your post list. Over here you will see the delete button is not there, that's what we expected. Over here delete button is there because you are accessing from the profile page. So guys, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now quick thing, right? Inside the profile screen, let's go to the profile screen, and over here, as you know that we use the flat list, correct? Now here we don't have the refresh scope, right? If you want to refresh the profile screen, refresh in the sense if someone like it, you can just refresh it, pull to down, and then you want to update data. So here we can add the on refresh method. Here we can just simply call get user post method. Okay, and then on refreshing, so here we have refreshing, here we can pass the loader. Okay, which I hope so we already have. See, let's save this one and let's test this out. So if you see, it's refreshing. See, okay, now if you like some videos, for example, let's say I like this video, correct? And now if I go to this profile again, the count is still the like is still 5, but if I refresh it, now it changed to 6. So that's the reason this refresh is work for you. So cool. Now in this section we are going to implement the user profile page, which is not the current user who's login, right? So if you want to check some others user profile, you can do that. Just on the video screen right here we are showing the user's profile image and the username, and once user click on this one, right, we're gonna jump to the user profile page, which is obviously similar to what the user profile is, the current user profile is. Okay, but obviously the information is different because that's a others user profile. So let's go back to our application, and this is our app, right? So as if, for example, if I open this application, right, and for example this is the user and I want to see this user information, I will just click on it and we want to jump it to the other screen. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let me go back for now, and inside this screen folder, okay, so I'm going to get a new screen and we'll say other user profile, and inside this I'm going to get a new screen. We'll say other user profile profile.jsx, add the default template and then save it. Now obviously this need to be jump from this particular page, which is the video playing list, right? So let's go to the navigation where we have the home screen, correct? Inside that, if you see, we have this play video. In that one we will add that another stack screen. We'll say stack dot screen, here we'll say name, and here we'll simply say other user. Okay, the component we're gonna attach is other user profile, and that's all, and save it. Now obviously on the jump of on the click of this particular user, we're gonna jump to this other user screen. So let's go to the home screen where we have the play video item, maybe, yeah, this one. Here go to this user profile section where you are showing the user's image and user name, which is let me check where it is. So this one, right, where you are showing the user profile image. Now for this one, let me put it here like this. Obviously on the click of this image only we can jump it, so I will wrap it inside the touchable opacity, and here I'm gonna add on press event. Now on the press we'll just add up one method. We'll say on other user profile click, and here I'm gonna pass that particular user's profile information using video dot users. So let's copy this one, and here we'll create a new method. We'll say other user because that's contain the user's information. Okay, and here we want to navigate to this screen to the other screen. So obviously we want to add the router over here is equal to not router, sorry, my bad, it's navigation, because we want to navigate, is equal to use navigation hook. So let's import that use navigation hook. I will import it from the existing one. So let me copy from the, because we use this one, I will use import the same statement. I will paste it here, and then over here I will use navigation dot navigate, and we want to navigate to the other user screen, which we already defined inside the home screen. Okay, and then inside that we want to pass the user's information. I will simply pass it as a user, and obviously we'll pass other user and save it. Now if I click on this user, it will jump to the screen, see, okay, which is other user profile. Now let's go to this other user profile, and first thing we need to do to get the user information. So constant params, we'll say params is equal to use route. Let me copy the similar import statement from here, dot params. Okay, and if you write params dot user, then you will get the user information. Now over here, similar way that we implemented for the profile, right? We have the intro part. So I will copy the similar intro part. Maybe we'll create, let's see what we can change, or we use existing one. So here, if you see, we use these users, okay, and we have calculated likes. Let me do one thing, because we also want to send the post list, right? So okay, we can use this profile intro page only, except instead of using this user over here. Okay, I will remove this and I will pass the user information from here as well, but I'm not sure. Let's do one thing. Let's create a new profile page, or profile intro page. Here I will say profile intro dot jsx. Okay, and here obviously I will say other profile intro, other user profile intro, add the default template, and here then I will add other user profile intro. Okay, like this. Now obviously for this one we want to set a lot of things, but before that, if I go to the profile screen, we need all of this information, the post list, loading. Okay, I will copy all of these things as it is, along with the get user, the set loading. I will copy this as it is and I will paste it here. Okay, inside that one, make sure to import this use state, the use effect, obviously whatever the things that we need to import, make sure to import that one. The Supabase we need to import, and we have the all this information. So over here, if you see, we have the users. Now from that params, right, we will get the user information. So here you can write params dot user dot, and from here you will get the email. Okay, so here you just need to write email, and I will remove this one because we are fetching from the Supabase data. Okay, so from the users, you will get the name of the users. Okay, so that's how you can get it. So for example, in this case, you can get this from the email table. Okay, and I think that's correct. If you think, you can just console the user information using params dot user, just to make sure it's a user. So let me close this because there are a lot of tabs open. Yeah, and we are jumping from this play video list item where we have user. Okay, and then from the user we have the param user. From that we will get the user's email ID. I think that's all. Okay, let's save this one. So right now it's saying user property is not defined. Obviously this need to be a params and params. Let's save it. Let's open any video. I will open this user. Okay, and if I go bottom, you will see that profile image, username, and I don't see the email, user's email, right? We need to get the user email information as well. That's interesting. So obviously where we use this play video list item, right, when we fetch the data, make sure to get the email address. That's as simple as this. So if you see, we fetch username, profile image, and all of these things, make sure to fetch email. And then if I go back, go here, and let's take this now and open this user email address. Now we have the email. See, perfect. And that email we're gonna use over here. Okay, now inside this I will just console the data just to make sure that I'm getting the data. Perfect. See, we got the data. Okay, it's little confusion, but confusing, you might feel it, but let's keep the focus on that one. Okay, now we have the user information, other user information obviously, and from that one we got the data, and we set the data over here. Now similar way that we use inside the profile screen, right? we use the flat list, but we'll use it in a moment. Here we'll say user post list, and for that one we pass all of this information. That's perfect. Let's go to the user profile list. What does it have? Okay, it have everything. Okay, so I will use the user profile list here again. So user, let me copy the same thing, user profile list. So I will copy this, I will paste it here. Make sure to import this user profile list. We pass the post list, we have the get user, and we have the loading as well. And inside the other user profile intro, here we need to add our data, right? So let's go to this profile intro, copy this UI. I will copy as it is. I will put it inside the other user profile intro, this one, and I will paste it here. Obviously we need to update some information, right? So first thing, we need a user information. That user information I will pass to other user profile intro from here. User as a user, not user, sorry, from the params we'll get the user. So params dot user, and then inside here we have the profile. For the image, here we need to write profile image. For name, it's name only, and for email it's a user dot email. I think for now that's enough. So total post likes we need to calculate from similar the way which we calculated inside the profile screen. But for now, let's comment out this code, and let's save all up together. Let me go in any of this user profile page. Here we'll say image does not exist. Make sure to import this image. Then we have the text, that's fine. Make sure to import this ioni icons. So we'll get that ioni icons from this import statement. Let's copy this, paste it here, and then I think that's enough. Let's save it and let's check it out. Okay, so colors again does not exist. Let's import the color as well. Post list, interesting. So here we also need to add the post list. Okay, and from the other profile, make sure to pass the post list too. Okay, so here post list is equal to post list. And now if you see, we have the information. Okay, and along with that, we have the list of posts which user only user that particular information posted, right? Perfect. Obviously we need to give padding and all. So similar the way which we give the padding to the profile screen, let's go and check what is the padding we gave. So if I go to the profile screen and inside the view, see we have this padding, right? Let's copy this padding, and inside the other user, let's paste it here and save it. Perfect. Now in order to calculate the total likes, right, that logic also we need to return. So let's go here and from the profile intro, right, where we calculate the total likes, see same thing, we're gonna add it inside the other profile intro where we have the post list, and this method we need to call inside the use effect. So we'll define the use effect, and let's calculate this total likes. Obviously we'll call this method as soon as we have the post list information available. Okay, and then we'll uncomment this code where we are showing the total post likes. Okay, we need to define this in one state. So let's define in one state. So constant total set total post likes is equal to use state. And if I open it now, it's, if you see, it also showing the profile user post list. That's yours, means that's the existing current user information, and this is the others user profile screen. It also show how many likes you have and everything. Now similar way, right, only bottom part is scrolling, so obviously you can wrap inside the flat list. So let's do that. So inside this view we can use the flat list, and let's add the data like id 1, and then inside the render item we will render the item, okay, because we only want to render once, correct. And let's define a view, and inside view I will add these two components, and let's save it. Now I can able to scroll all of these things in, similar like the one which we developed for the current user login. So this is how, guys, you can add the or you can add the implementation of the profile screen of other user who you want to check it out. So that's all for this particular section. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section.